Hello, this is Kylie J.N.S. with Nakhti University, and happy Friday. So today I have to say I wanted to get back into the, old school teaching like I have been known to do. So we took a break last week. I had uploaded my little music video and my little music production that I was so proud of. And so today though, we are back on with our esoteric studies teaching. And so um today is kind of loaded, I have to say. It's a heavy topic. I'm gonna try to do it justice, and I'm gonna try to do my best. We got a lot of information to get through, but we're gonna be talking about like the dimensions or the archetypes of gods. If the first we're gonna start with creator of the universe, and then we're going to talk about like these lesser gods and then angels and guardians, and actually we may talk about spirits and fairies too. And so we want to talk about its purpose, its migration and history. So not like migration and geo graphics, as far as that. We're talking about like the history of the patterns of where these concepts come from, like the idea of lesser gods, the idea of angels. And then we're going to also bridge some gaps, some get some understanding around, this the concept of the ram, the ram in Hebrew culture, as well as West African culture or West Akiblan culture, and even in India. So we'll talk about Agni, and then we're going to talk about the Ikenga and more. So it's a lot that we have to cover. And so the first thing that we'll start with, though, is I want to share my screen, because then that would be helpful so you guys can see what I am reading. And so let's get that started. Share screen. And let's start here. And so, again, when we talk about the emanations, we're talking about emanations from this creator of all. People say creator God of the universe, creator source of the universe, creator of all, the most high, whatever you deem that, you know, that entity that creates planets, universes, multiverses, exoverses, um, parallel universes, like the one that is in control that can push the button, so to speak. Many cultures refer to that as the creator, the most high, or it's another, the supreme deity, or Brahman. There's so many concepts, and it's really hard to conceive of when you think of that, because we're talking about way beyond solar systems, way beyond galaxies, way beyond universes, way beyond planets. We're at that point. We're talking about where it starts, the primordial essence of it, or people even in the scientific community may say Big Bang. But we're talking about source particle, that really emanates all of the other densities and dimensions, all of the other archetypes, all of the other people, you know, would even say, when you think of things as frequency and energy, you may say first sound, Big Bang, like a sound. In the beginning was a word, and the word was God, and the word was with God. So if we're talking about word, we're talking about the a little bit deeper than thought consciousness, because you have bliss, right? And that's kind of like without form. Remember in Genesis it says, things were without form. It was an abyss, it was darkness, and then separating the waters from the firmament, separating primordial waters, and then creating light. And so we're talking about that essence. It's a very dark essence. That's how it's described in most cultures. I found at least about 22 religions, or spiritual systems rather, that focus on, this supreme being of all, described as dark, or murky waters, primordial waters, primordial soup, cork soup. And what's interesting is that I found this concept in West Akibalan. And I'm looking for it in American indigenous culture as well. And I know I should be able to find it. I just got to do a little more digging around. But right now, this is just a book that I'm reading. And so I found it in this particular book that focuses on primal Akibalan secret societies and whatnot. And so that concept of this primordial soup and primordial cork, which is like it's hard to explain because it's not like pretty, and most of the explanations for it is not pretty. What's unfortunate is that because it is described as divine feminine in melanated culture, and I found this concept obviously uh in the East as well, in other parts of the East rather. I gotta focus on the Americas and try to get it. I haven't gotten to a lot of South American uh, um, and North American cultures besides the Dene peoples and some of the Algonquian spiritual systems, but I haven't gotten deep into where I found this concept, a version of it. I'm pretty sure I could because I know they focus on like the four uh the four great elements, like they do have a concept of a great mother, but that's not quite the same as primordial soup. Those are two different concepts. I do know they have the great spirit and a great mother, and then the four directions of the wind, the four corners of the earth is important in indigenous culture, but I'm looking for that primordial element. And then when I find that, I'll bring some information about that. And so if you are a Black American with more indigenous leanings, this is just an educational video. It may not pertain to your particular genealogy. And so I think it's just interesting nonetheless. It doesn't matter. This is just a cool concept. And so what I was getting to is that they have this concept of the primordial soup being described as a divine feminine. And it's hard to translate what that actually is for Western cultures to understand because it's not described as something that's fluffy duffy. So what I was surprised though is that I found that in this West Akibalan culture, which has remnants of the Moors that traveled into Tanis, then obviously in Europe. And so that's, a part of my bloodline is of that, as you guys call it, the Negropean, but those who make the jokes. But um, obviously, some people that are Black American in bloodline, they know that they have ties to the Moors in Europe. And some of the Indians refer to that as Black Europeans. And so that they understand a lot of knowledge about West Akibalan's culture. That's where we talk about Songhai Empire, Lumba Empire, um, some of the Black nobility within, like obviously Sundiata Keita, Mali Empire, but Ouagadougou, those that those people in that area of the Black nobility was highly sophisticated, extremely highly sophisticated. And so when they able to travel through, they do emphasize navigation and e-commerce, not e-commerce, commerce rather, and mercantilism. And so that bloodline is what created as which is quote unquote Western culture. They're never going to get credit for it. But I have the book. I have all the rituals from primitive tribes, the rituals that you see at Yale, the rituals that you see at Harvard, the rituals some of the science that you see in Europe. It is clear as day. We're talking about very primitive tribes. I'm like, that's the same ritual that the Europeans are doing now. But what's interesting, like I said, when people say, "Oh, you're Westernized," or you're practicing Western culture, unfortunately they don't realize that if if you have been civilized quote unquote for 800 to 900 years by clear as day Moors, that's not European culture at that point. It morphs into all it is the Black nobility, bougie Black nobility culture that has been watered down and that has turned over centuries into what people call Western or culture, which they associate with white people. Um, See, for those in the know, as far as the Masonic chessboard, that would be black and white. Those are statuses, not necessarily skin color. They turned into skin colors, obviously coming into America. But for those that's really in the know, you would know that that is where the status stuff comes from. White status, black status. The legalese comes from writing out people in law. And back in those days, a white person could have black status, a black person could have white status. Even technically through chicanery today, you see it secretly. Like people that sit and know, they'll know who's in black and white status, regardless of your skin color today. They do practice that still. A certain group of entities in the spiritual realm, we're not going to get into all of that. And even legally, you can still see it in front of you. Like I can pull it up. This is why, the Somalis were in white status, even in America. A lot of people don't know that. I'm not dragging them for it, but those in the Boule class, they had knew that. They were very much aware of it. That's one of the reasons why there was a rift, because they, would use the black status or black box rather, when it benefited them. But then they, through the deals with the governments, foreign policy, the deal with Turkey, and then them having being conquered by Arabs, they whatever deal as it relates to bringing them over here as refugees, they what their government set up was for them to be able to use white status and actually be able to click the white box, as brown as they are. They fought against that around 2022 and wanted to go under a different classification. Not black, though, but they wanted to go under Middle Eastern, North Africa, something like that. And I do believe that they were successful in getting that on the census, the federal census. But I'm just telling you the intricacies of how this shit works. A lot of people don't know that. A lot of white people don't know that. Yes, there are groups that can go under white status. But again, today, it is mainly associated with skin color, but in secrecy, as far as shadow elements and even uh, just those in the know, there are people that can still go into white and black status. There are people that are born with in those statuses, and even today, you can see there are white people in black status. They're not going to admit it. They probably don't even know it. They don't know it, because then you have the racial stratification paradigm overlaid over a Masonic structure. So they're not even aware that they may be in black status, but you're able to tell, you're able to see it. Sometimes you fuck around and find out maybe you were initially in white status, but now you're in black status, and then vice versa. You were in black status and now you're in white status. So those things can change, but that was a big setup in Europe. I don't agree with the setup. I don't even like it. I'm just saying that that's where all that stuff comes from, the Moors in Europe. And it is a known thing, even amongst Black American Negroes, that a lot of the census records from the 1800s, especially 1820s, 1830s, there are Black Americans that have census records from them, me being one of them. And that's because there was somebody in white status. Could have been a free person of color, could have been a Moor, could have been someone from the Cuban nobility, could have been an actual white person, could have been an American Indian free person of color. That's literally how it was set up back then. Or it could have been because I think Ireland at that time, Irish, whether you were white or black, was, unless you was from the architects of that empire, like the actual Jacobian, you were put in black status, regardless of color. But also, if you did not follow some of the orders of the new structure of of creating of the United States corporation, you was also plummeted into black status, regardless of your rank. You could have been of the royalist of royal. It didn't matter. If you weren't with the program, just like how they do now. If you don't play, if you're a bloodliner and you don't play the game, you're going into black status. But again, today, they just make sweeping. Is always a conquer and divide. So for these people think that it's better, or it's easier rather, to rule people if you conquer and divide them, or if you give them us versus them. That's usually a strategy of theirs, us versus them. And then that's when they decided to just, instead of putting black status, white status, regardless of skin color, let's do it solely by skin color, so that we're able to program people better and rule over them easier. Once again, I didn't create that. I'm not saying I agree with it, but that's what it is. And so when people talk about Western culture, just know that it is remnants of the Moorish Empire, uh, being over there for 900 years, Jacobian culture that always, and obviously made its way over to America. And you see the remnants of that everywhere. You can look at the Statue of Liberty and you see a Moorish headdress, the gown. You could just pull up so much evidence of it. It's not even funny. And then obviously, those Jacobians are high ranking. I don't even know how I would even say that. I don't think I should take that back. Those Jacobians understood Commission science and the Commission style of masonry, and was able to. That's why you see some of the structures that you see in America, that they look the way they look. You see obviously the creation of the dollar, what they put on the dollar. You see the photos of George Washington. All that stuff comes from there. They were taught that. People watched and people observed, and they were also taught that, and they were also trusted to be in a brotherhood, of which there was infiltration by other lesser groups and other people that were just wanting to take over that Moorish empire or steal that Moorish science. But the Moorish science was stolen. Of course, I counted about seven reiterations of knowledge that for the last, several centuries, more than several, the information kept unfortunately getting botched. Some of it was lost. Some of people don't remember certain things. Even this book that's in front of you, they talked about how, yeah, we're doing these rituals, but we don't even remember why we're doing them. It's like, it kind of like became more of like a culture thing. It was like, well, we don't really know. And what I immediately recognized, I said, well, those are some of the same rituals that, some of the D9 are doing, or some of the Skull and Bones are doing. I was looking, I'm reading, I'm like, this is the same exact rituals, especially, unfortunately, some of when the Commission science towards the Temple of Set, the 19th dynasty, we're talking about, those were Hyksos at that point. They also botched quite a bit of it, because they had to look for another energy source outside of um, working with the general setup of electromagnetism, because they were more concerned with mind control. And so that's where SRA and all those stuffs morphed. And then obviously Germany picked up the practices, Nazi Germany, and those practices also made its way to America. Um, and even within intelligence agencies, even the CIA. The evidence of that is everywhere. I mean, there's so much evidence of it. It's been talked about for decades, so I would feel uncomfortable having to go through all of that. But I know other people have written books on it. Quite a bit of documentation. People come forward of that information, but that's where that information comes from. 19th dynasty, Temple of Set, which was very rare for Temple to have. I'm sorry, for Set to have a cult. That's how you know that that wasn't quite EM2 haplogroup Commissions. That's how you know there was clearly. I mean, I instantly knew. I said those had to have been the Hyksos, because I know for a fact that it was very rare for him to have a cult in Commission history. Um, because that the frequency of Set, it wouldn't make sense. You'll have Hathor, obviously. You'll have Bastet. You'll have Offset. You'll have uh Selket, Heket. You would have, there's so many other Cyrus, Tahuti. You'll have different cults. We see them all, even Anubis. But having a cult of Set, I instantly knew, just reading that, and just know, I've said that couldn't have been actual Nubians or Cushites or Cometians. This had to have been at the time when they were invaded towards the end of the Cometian Empire itself. And sure enough, I looked it up, and I said, okay, it makes sense. Is that frequency is too low to keep it at it. The frequency of what Set represents would have been way too low for Kemet to just be at its highest height of empire. That's how you know instantly, because it would have been no way that it would have made, it's a 15,000 year empire. I know in the books to tell you about 3,000 and 5,000 years. It's much longer. But on the books, um, when you look at its heights through all these different dynasties and Upper and Lower Egypt, um, you know that there would have been no way that at its height that would have been a major cult from a ruling dynasty of the nobility. Not, absolutely not. And these were people that understood frequency, and a culture that prepares significantly for death of their royal nobility. That it would have just been no way. The culture itself of that nobility class understood that this was more of a school style type planet, but also stationary, transitory, and preparing for the real life. The real was death. And that's why you saw significant, elaborate funerary rites for the Commission nobility. Obviously, you know about the mummification, the embalming, the canopic jars, the mummification or the preservation of the organs itself within the canopic jars because of the knowledge of what that represented. The clearing out of the brain through the nostrils, the embalming techniques, very advanced embalming techniques itself, and obviously the food preparations, the animal mummifications, the gold, major gold, and so. But that was a different culture. We're talking about Anubis, and they truly believed Anubis oversaw funerary rites in Tahuti, and the 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 going to the afterlife, going to the station or the dimension where you would end up was a very intricate process that they were aware of. And so when we talk about the balance of mind or the scales of your heart, is your heart as light as a feather and all these things, it wouldn't have made sense for the ruling class to have a temple of Set, like a cult like that. Just the mummification and their beliefs, the Commission beliefs on afterlife, would not necessitate. And so when you think of things like that, you always have to consider the culture, and that's how you know that towards that 19th dynasty that had to have been invaders, that those weren't the same people, is what I'm saying. And you could see that with a Kibon culture. You could see that with American indigenous culture, or even the Negro culture. You can see where there was these demarcations or these schisms of something that is a little off, just as even as a scholar. But if you're an intuitive scholar, rather, someone that just can pick up patterns, and if the logic or the equation doesn't add up, you can go and do more research to get a better, fuller picture. And that's one of my approaches. Like if the equation of logic doesn't fit in, I instantly know that research is not right, or a schism took place, or a bottleneck took place, right? But nonetheless, enough of that. Let's get back on track because yeah, I didn't waste 30. Well, I didn't waste 30 minutes, but I went on a tangent for about 30 minutes. So let's keep going. So when we talk about this, the Creator or the Most High, that's where a lot of melanated people in general start. It don't matter if you were atheist or agnostic, and you're melanated, you most likely think there was some sort of great intelligence or supreme intelligence, creator intelligence, which is interesting. I remember I was going on like this tirade saying, what I do know about God, or what I do know about the creator, is that they are intelligent. I don't know if they're love, they may not even be all good, but what I do know is that they are intelligent. And what's interesting is, uh, I found a primal tribe that has that belief, and we're talking about for thousands and thousands of years, where they like, we don't know the other qualities, but we do know it got to be intelligent. And I was shook. I think we're going to read it here today, but I was spooked because I was like, how, like, it's like something that you kind of just know. And so we're going to talk about that knowing, of, okay, had to have been some sort of intelligent design at the very least. Now, if it's a personality or some sort of personal personification that actually cares about the affairs of planet Earth, let alone humans, then that's where you get into those personal relationships with God, so to speak. And then that's where, melanated people, they was like, they understood dimensions, and they understood entities on a very advanced level. Maybe not so much now, certainly not now, but it depends. That's a case by case. But I'm saying culturally, even whether you're Caribbean, Black American, Negro, Indian, or a Keelan, West, North, South, and East, and North, South, East, and West. um you'll understand this levels of multidimensional beings, or these levels of even emanations, and then going from thought to form, back into thought. So that's like consciousness being birthed into like a meat suit or a human flesh, and then going back to your dimension, or your, so to speak, or Godhead, or whatever people believe, right? That's also a huge thing, you know, culturally across the board, which I thought was pretty interesting. Um, but let's talk about like these emanations, because the emanations of the Most High and the Creator God of the universe, or the Creator of all, so to speak. And there's a common belief that there's like a group of angels, so to speak, a group of lesser gods, or different they call them, maybe call them deities. Uh, Deities could be the same as lesser gods. Um, Archetypes of gods, or octaves of gods. And octaves is more of frequency to me versus the archetype, which is more of the personality. So the octave is more of the frequency, more of the same character, but different quality. So it's still an individual versus the archetype. And then you have avatars, right? The avatars are the same god. That's kind of like octaves, to be honest. I would say the concept of avatars in Eastern culture, that's the same as like octaves. Now also there's belief in angels. There's a belief in demons. Different classes of demons, different classes of angels. For those of Abrahamic faith, you understand the nine choirs of angels. And say for as far as class of demons, there is a demon kingdom that is known in Abrahamic faith, or even, but in say Islam culture and Sufism, you'll have jinns. There's classes of jinns, right? And then say if you are in Hindu culture, you'll have different classes of demons as well. Not so much of angels, you'll have more of octaves or deities. Those to me is the equivalent, could be the equivalent of angels or lesser gods. But what's interesting is they have classes of demons, literal classes that are not all necessarily malevolent, um, but certainly interested in working from a different frequency, so to speak. And so, and then, there's the concept of guardians. There's the concept of spirits and tranquil spirits, or what people may say ghosts, or, and then there's this concept of fairies within melanated culture. And then it's interesting because we talk about the Moors, and this book kind of, it gives a lot of Black nobility Moorish science, as far as that, more of the Jacobian style, not the Islamic style. And with that being said, like they talk about fairies, and they brought that shit over to Ireland. And it's funny because we're going to cover about the fairies. Um, but what's interesting is my name Jenny means one of the definitions of Jenny, because Jenny means grace, or God has been gracious, and Yochanan, and but one of in Celtic culture, it means a white fairy. It's a play on Guinevere, and it means like a white fairy. Um, and they talk about the fairies having these elf ears. I was, obviously I'm in the flesh. I'm a human. I don't think I'm a fairy, but I just thought it was funny that that's what my name means. And then like I have like elf ears, like straight up and down. And I was always extremely insecure about my elf ears, I have to say. Um, I would usually find a way to cover them up. But like when we talk about elf ears, we're talking about like, you remember on Star Trek how they had some of them with those pointy ears, and then you have these salt was able to distinguish them from the humans because the humans have the rounded. And so like I have like they're damn near like how you see them on Star Trek with those pointy ears. And so I thought that was hilarious, seeing my name means one of the definitions of my name means a benevolent fairy, or a white fairy. And I cracked up about that, reading that in melanated culture, that they have the concept of the fairies with the elf ears. Yes, in West Akivalon, that whole area, they have the concept of fairies with the elf ears. And that's why you saw it in Irish culture. And you saw it, they brought, again, that's that same group that went over there, the Jacobian style, Moorish science, of that Black nobility that went over there. Um, that's where it comes from. And they never going to give credit. It ain't even about getting credit, probably, but if they do enough research, I think it will blow their mind. It blew my mind because I didn't know I thought it was Celtic culture or Druid science. I thought it was Druid science. But for those who understand some things, and for those who question, like, okay, how is that possible? You notice that Black Americans is this name called Tyrone. No lie, I even have a brother whose original name was Tyrone. They changed it to Christopher, but his original name was Tyrone. My adopted brother. Um, and you know they had the song "You Better Call Tyrone, call him." But what's fascinating is the name Tyrone is an Irish name, but in American culture, you only see Black Americans with the name Tyrone. How many of you grew up? I mean, I've known so many. Come on, like, how many of you know Tyrone? Tyrone's motherfucking ass. Um, and so where does that come from? It's an Irish name. I even was in a forum, and they were like, how they was it was a group of people literally discussing that amongst themselves. Like, do you know any? If this is an Irish name, how come we don't know any white Irish with the name Tyrone? How come it's only Black Americans with the name Tyrone? Because it's a the reason why a lot of people pick that name. It is of the Black nobility of Irish, the Moors. So Tyrone. If you ever look at the name Davis, notice a lot of Black Americans have last name Davis. Look up the origins of Davis. Is still an Irish surname. And guess what? There was even a blues singer named Tyrone Davis. But here's the thing: he was a part indigenous. Now he knew this. How do you know that? Because his first name was Tyrone. Davis is not his original name. He had to borrow another name from another famous Black American. He decided to use the name Davis because uh, there was another famous blues singer that was also Negro, and so they figured, well, he was pretty popular. If you use the name Davis with Tyrone, then you would probably be more popular. So that's where Tyrone Davis. His original name was like Blanchard or something. And that, believe it or not all of the last names are Irish surnames, but his original, because he had like two different. It's a debate about when he was born, and there's a debate about his last names. What was fascinating is that one of his last names has more of indigenous leanings, and so I thought it was just fascinating. And so when you see how could a Black person have the name Tyrone, but then there's really no Irish white people today that use that name. That's where it's coming from. The evidence of what I'm saying is everywhere. It's everywhere. For one, the surnames, and the surnames is associated with the coat of arms, so most likely going to be traced back to the Norman conquest of 1066, I believe. If that date is wrong, check 1088. It's 1066 or 1088, Norman conquest. And again, that's when the Jacobites lost the war. That's the same crew that came from Tanis into Rome, into Greece, then into Rome, then into Ireland. Again, it was an order, and so those records are the heraldry or the history of it. It may be hard to find, but the history exists. Okay, why you think they took the Book of Judith out of the Bible? There's evidence of everything, even within the Book of Judith is more historical than any other book. It covers Assyrian and Babylonian history. And see, for those of the Judahites, kind of see Assyrians and Babylonians as the same. And so you'll notice, some of if you say a king of Assyria, Babylon, you notice that they'll put Assyrian, then a slash, then Babylon, which interesting is even in a book that I wrote, Law of Gender, some years ago. When I was describing certain concepts, I was writing out Assyrian and Babylon as if because they were looked at as the same culture. And so when you look at the Book of Judith, it talks about Tanis, it talks about Ramesses, it talks about going into a West country and then going into the West. But when you see it talking about Nebuchadnezzar, that is a timeline switch. So it's timelines of the same character that have the Nebuchadnezzar spirit, so to speak. That's a hard concept for people to understand when we talk about time loops, scripts. I don't think that's worth talking about on the internet because I'll give it to make it easier. That's like when that's like when Elijah said he was going to come back. And then Yeshua says, well, John the Baptist came back. That was Elijah. Y'all just didn't motherfucking know. Y'all just wasn't motherfucking paying attention. That was Elijah. John the Baptist was Elijah. That's that concept of reincarnation. A lot of Christians that's fly over their head. They don't want to admit that reincarnation is in the Bible. Same with Enoch. Oh, I'm going to come back. I'm going to come back. The concept of spacecrafts coming just to pick up motherfuckers, is in there. Dragons, all types of stuff. It's pretty whimsical. But the Book of Judith was removed because that's where you start to really get into. You can see, like, how a lot of stuff be like, well, what there, you hear about the Great Flood, and it's like, okay, is that the Euphrates or the flood of Harambe? Is that the same flood that's in that in that? What is that? Oh, it's not Tigris. Oh, um, that's the concept of the Great Flood is found in multiple cultures. We all know that, but it's like, okay, how do you place historical events? Is it ahistorical? Did it happen? Is this myth? But the Book of Judith is one of the books that I think technically is where you could see, like, okay, these motherfuckers might have really existed because there's too much intricate details of timelines of certain history, like Darius, Xerxes. That's when you start to see the reigns. But again, the Assyrian exile of people, the Babylonian, that culture, you could find that pretty in depth in uh, the Book of Judith. You could even find a lot of Greek culture in some of those books of the Apocrypha. I want to say that could be the Book of Tobit. Don't quote me on that though. Um, or Baruch Fourth, one of them. But nonetheless, let's get into this because wow, yeah, kind of behind schedule. And so obviously we have a supreme deity, this creator of the universe. That's where we start. And so for those of the Jacobian Moors, right now I'm talking to you, um, or descendants of them rather, unless you are still of a high ranking heir. This would be more so of an understanding that you would have, but this concept is found in most religions. And so in that culture, they teach a supreme deity. And so it's this presence that is all hearing, all pervading, all powerful. And if you can see some of the persona or the transliteration of this sort of entity makes its way even into Abrahamic religion, even though you see the elements of a war god, a jealous god, but then you see it's like a demarcation from the way a supreme god or the most high is described. That's how you can tell that something else or some, these schisms that I was talking about. But this concept, all hearing, all powerful deity, it can be known under a single or a combination of names. And so let's take it to, you have the avatars in Hindu culture. You'll see Shiva and Vishnu and maybe Indra or something like that. These different avatars of the same entity. You could find that also in Islam. You see that Allah has 99 names. This combination of names. And so we're talking from just a very objective level of the beings who understand just the science of it. We're not here to say that religion is right, that religion is wrong. You need to believe this. Oh, you said God, that's wrong. It's not about semantics. We're not here to tell people what to believe. We're just going through these high level concepts and maybe centering it in the context of a specific culture. But I mean, clearly you could see the same phenomenon. And so it is a general and it's an amalgamation of these things. And so when we talk about in West Akibalan culture, the design creators are Chambi of the Bakuba. So this once again is more of, I like to look at some of the primal cultures. When people say I'm not trying to call them primitive, I'm saying primal. Just to see where these thoughts emanate from, how they went into the Eastern culture, how they went into Europe, how they went, it's interesting to see it because these are cultures that today they still living in huts, but they can't be that, they're not unevolved people. These are not unevolved or, because you see them living more off of nature. They got clay huts or whatever and all that shit. They living off nature. They got goats, motherfucking sheep, chickens, and all that stuff, and fruit trees and all that. And that's they keep it real basic, and people will laugh at that because it's not Western culture. And that's why the Moors kind of got away from all of that and kind of was like, well, they focused on material things, and they went against even the prophets' wishes, Isaiah and Jeremiah, when they said, don't go make an alliance with the Comitian nobility. Now, they were nobility too, but it's like they wanted things. Everybody knows back in those days that Egypt was more on a material plane because they said, we gonna enjoy life now because when we go to afterlife, that shit ain't gonna matter. And then we gonna have archetypes to even represent it. We gonna take our motherfucking gold with us and put it in the damn pyramid. And so, believe it or not, there were other cultures that looked down on that in Kibon. Yes, there was. A lot of people don't know that. And so, because they were somewhat more focused on the material plane, where there were other groups that already knew this is an illusion. You can't take it with you. What are you doing? You know, but that's why you can see the concept of even the Tahuti as is first before the Ibis was represented as a baboon and associated with the moon in writing. You can see that same archetype all throughout West Africa. A lot of people don't know that, but it's the truth. And so they had the same concepts, but just a different culture around it. And so, you know, there was that group of Moors that against the prophet wishes decided to go make and people and took quite a bit of a migration with them. Oh, we want an alliance with the Commissions. See, we're talking about the level of orders. Where do they get in for that? Obviously, there's trade. Obviously, they have resources too. Obviously, they have even magic systems, similar magic systems, similar occult sciences, similar ideas of gods and gods. And so it wasn't really a big deal. But then, if a prophet says something or maybe a seer says something, they say, well, you shouldn't do that because it's going to lead to you getting involved in some of the practices that they do that we don't agree with. They're going to backstab you. Maybe not now, but in some centuries, they're gonna, they're gonna backstab you and enslave your ass. Or you're gonna end up teaching them something that they shouldn't know, that they're not. You have to, some of these sciences you have to evolve past money to get involved with. Sun Ra taught that. So the singer, the musician Sun Ra even knew that himself because he actually, unfortunately, told a science to a group of Black Americans, a Black American musician, and he felt like, okay, well, maybe he was not wise enough for that science because you have to evolve past money to use it. Now he used it, got obviously really famous and all this stuff, these things, but when it came to collect, you know, it was the angelic science that, to be honest, was way too powerful, and so um, it was an entity that gave him the gift pretty much. And so when he didn't deliver on the contractual agreement, the entity took the gifts back. And so Sun Ra was saying, well, you need to go and do this A, B, and C, and you need to go tell the public. I think he knew that at that point you got to, in order to keep his soul or to keep his, pretty much keep his soul. He told him what to do, but then if you notice in the story when Sun Ra was telling it, he said he got like really sad because he said it was too late. It was too late. He didn't evolve past money. He was all about the money, and you can't do that level of music and work with that level of science and be about money. And so that was another reason why prophets told the Jacobians or the Judahites, don't go make an alliance with them, because you end up teaching them some of these things, they end up teaching you they shit. And if they're not past the material stuff, it's no judgment. It just is what it is. Everybody knows that culturally. Like, like I'm just saying, and when I say everybody, I'm talking about our ancestors now, like people that that's tapped in epigenetically and even just on an intelligent level, like where it's not a judgment. It's just that that's what it was. And so that's you can see the remnants of that, like, okay, you didn't evolve past money, but you're dealing with a group of entities that don't even understand what that is. That's like when Sun Ra said, once again, he said, it's certain dimensions that don't even care about money. Like it's certain dimensions that is a foreign concept. He come from one of those dimensions. That's why he never cared about money himself with the music stuff. He luckily, other people tried to, but people gonna take your sound, steal your stuff, steal your royalties, and that happened to him too. But they were on a whole nother level of things because they was doing music to get messages out to other, they crew on this planet, whether it's 10 years, 20, 30, 40 years from now. So they was on a whole nother plane of existence, to be honest. But Samurai even said it himself, you know, that there's certain dimensions that's what are you doing? And so even though he was more Commission, he understood Commission science, understood quite a bit of other sciences, but he's born in, Birmingham, Alabama. His style, and me studying him for 11 years straight, like a hawk, totally, obviously, more of a Jacobian style. He was, he was doing the Commission stuff all day, all the way up into his death, and he understood it, and he understood very advanced things. But his style of lifestyle, his views on things, his views on life, his view, like he said, you want to work with them sciences or certain entities, you better be evolved past money and certain angels. And so, and he was saying it was too late. But he was speaking in code. He was like, it was too late for him. It was too late. And he sounded really sad. I got maybe we'll maybe we'll show that part of the interview, or maybe we'll play it. I don't know if today the context makes sense, but um certainly I wanted to do a little focus session on some of his teachings in a couple of weeks. But nonetheless, you have the back to, we're back in a Keelan culture. And so the designated creators are Chambi of the Bakuba, the one who made all things and has the form of a man with the tail of an animal, who is of white color. Nagomba of the Accra, to whom the prayer is made. Okay. And so that's just one culture that talks about their creator. Now, this could be found in so many, like I said, the Ashanti, the Renfre, and they look at that as the greatest of all. Now, the Kagora call their supreme deity Gwazi. And so this is also a all beneficent, helping mankind against the powers of evil. So that's a different concept than, like, because now we're bringing in the conceptions of good and evil. And so that's where you have a duality. This is interesting because, to me, when we think of the Most High, it's a little bit, there's no emanations yet for me, and so there's no duality. That's why in the Abrahamic faith you see, about the dissension process of, Eve eating the apples, that allegory, to talk about how form starts, how sense sensations create that density of duality, the contrast of good and evil. Oh, now you have knowledge of good and evil. Well, before that, then there's bliss. You were in the garden, you was asshole naked, titty and dick out, pussy out, chilling, eating whatever you want, doing whatever you want in this so-called garden, having no conceptions of nothing but bliss consciousness. And people say that it gets boring. It doesn't get boring because the concept of boring is not compatible with a bliss frequency. That's a very high frequency. That's the frequency even above enlightenment, right? And so when people say, oh, people get bored and then decide to go get a meat suit and come on the planet Earth, that's actually not true. It wouldn't make sense because there's no conception of being, quote unquote, bored. That's kind of like a blank canvas, like a baby, so to speak. Okay. And even that's why I thought it was really interesting, because with some of the stories that I read from different groups of people, you can see a lot of the kid, like even when you read the original versions of the Bible, you start to, it's like a kid like spirit. And still, it's not, you know what I mean? It's not all intricate or anything. It's just very simple. And so that was the expectations even before the quote unquote fall of Eden and all this stuff. And so let's keep going. So you have the health of men, and they advanced their fortunes. And so this particular, it's supreme deity Gwazi, he's ever busy. He rules the sun in its rise and decline, the moon in her changes, the seasons in their successions, the stars in the spirit world. So when they're favored, one must be faithful and good, and such favored of Gwazi. So you have the Temne people, they call that entity Kuru Masaba. Um, let's see. So they feel like this entity created the earth, created the stars, the anxieties, the sun, his gladness, the moon, his tears, the sea, his thought, the insects, birds, animals, and men. So you have that. Again, whether or not you believe this stuff, this is literally just an academic studies version of different spiritual systems. That's literally all it is. The last sentence in the cry of the Kagura people Gwazi is very busy, forgets man. And so that's also another concept that I'm very familiar with, where you have the supreme architect, or the most high. Through emanations, they can't have a personal relationship. If the human cares about that being, then that being will develop a relationship. But I don't see it as a being that is cares about the mundane affairs of humans. I think if a human cares, then obviously the spirit of God or the that being will interact, so to speak. Or how do you say that? Like the Most High would answer you, protect you. Um, and then people go through different lifetimes developing that relationship. So I do think that's where this term of people have favor over their lives, or people just come in with so many quote unquote spiritual gifts, all types of talents and stuff. That comes from lifetimes of that connection and going through even those rituals and even other dimensions in those particular orders. It's not witchcraft. It's just like there's orders of even becoming an angel. A lot of people don't know that. There's orders into becoming a lesser god, because a god has a little more power than an angel. And for those that say, well, God says you're not supposed to worship other gods. Where, well, in Psalm 82, it says God judgeth among the gods. Or you can even read it as the Most High judgeth amongst the gods. And God's would technically be lesser than the Most High or creator of all. It's right in front of people. And so it says, this is why the Kibbalan teaches that there are other gods besides their supreme ones. They say the children of the supreme ones, the interpreters of the wish and defenders of the law of supreme ones. And how the Most High has prophets. And so that's why, because like, okay, this God is, the Most High is not consumed or really into the affairs, the mundane affairs. Unless it takes on another personification or another avatar octave, then it becomes like Yah, or what they say, like more of a war god tendencies when it comes to protecting beings they have a covenant with, humans they have a covenant with, beings they have a covenant with. That's where you may see the protection. And there was a group of people that made a covenant with the Most High, like the creator, architect of all of it. Okay. And that's where people talk about, these 12 tribes and all those stuff. That's literally where it comes from. Whether or not people put stock in it or believe in it, it's not important to me, at least. But that's where those ideas come from. That's like going to the head honcho. That's skipping everything. That's skipping the middlemen. That's skipping, well, you do honor your prophets. Judaites are taught to revere what the prophets have to say, to test the prophets. And also they ancestor connection is not a bad thing either on a basic level, but you don't talk to the dead, you talk to the living. Some of us get that memo. Some of us who developed the gift to talk to the dead, if you can do it, like even with me, it started to happen a couple of months ago. I did get a visitation that my spiritual agreement was for ancestors to communicate while in dreams. And so I was told very clearly by creator of all, we don't do that. We don't talk to the dead. We talk to the living, because that can create, you don't know who you're talking to at that point. And in your place have to be an abode, more like a tabernacle. You can't have, but that's just for from my setup. I'm not judging anybody else that do that. I do know that people can do that. It is real. It's real as hell. Uh, or as real as all get out. But when I started to get developed that, yeah, I was told, I was guided very quickly out of that. Now, ancestors and dreams, that was our agreement, where ancestors are gonna visit in dreams and give you messages, and you'll see that. That's totally different. But I was like in a wait state, being able to talk, and creator of all shut that right on down. Well, very, very nicely. Like, no. Uh because if you're not prepared spiritually or even mature enough, or didn't agree to that in your contract when you come, or not contract, but you didn't agree to that upon coming to this planet, that can have disastrous effects. There are people that's in a bloodline, they've been doing that. They're good at it. There's a lot of charlatans, but there are people that legit do that. And I was just told not to. It was shut down for me. And I was kind of like, wow, because it was interesting, it was pretty, it was starting to get a little interesting for me. Like, okay, this person's saying it, what? But then the distinguishing phase between, like, just like how a human can lie, a damn spirit can lie, just like a spirit could have been happy when they were a human. Same thing if they was a depressed or a motherfucking alcoholic or something. You at that point, you don't want to be opened up to all of that. For me, We keep it simple, Um, so that's that. Okay, and so the Kibbalan teaches that there are other gods and the supreme one, and so you have this supreme spirit that is above high, all that's too high to interfere with. Again, Negroes made a pact with that supreme architect. They did go and do some other shit though. They haven't been honoring on that covenant. And so that's why you see that time loop of the timeline of them getting enslaved about 7 times. Lastly, being in America, keep having to move around in that same order. And then the chieftains of that order did know which bloodlines were the highest ranking of that chieftain. He was a black male. Um, he did tell the other males in that order, do not race mix, do not mix. When they were even in Europe, he was against it. They didn't listen. He was the highest ranking one. They still didn't listen. He lost control over them, but he did. That science that they were practicing, it totally backfired. It totally, because they were told not to mess with it, they messed with it anyways and fucked them up. um but the only thing that he was, real strict on, that he did follow, was we're not supposed to, as far as these Judahite heirs or these Judahite Negroes, we're not supposed to do that. We're not, because it's an epigenetic thing. It's not a race thing. It's not about, oh, you being racist. That's a childish thinking. This is a species thing. This is an interdimensional thing. Okay. We're talking about 12 light codes. Some have 8 light codes or 8 DNA strands. We're talking about 12 DNA strands. So they already knew. I look at it as light codes, not DNA. They already knew which groups was permissible under that covenant to mix with. Well, he knew the highest ranking ones and a couple of other ones that know how genetic splicing, they know all types of genetic experimentation, cloning, them beings, okay? Um the Nagas 33, Nagas 125D, okay? You want to call them part Seraph hybrids, whatever. Yeah, we going there. It's deep. It's deep. Nonetheless, they knew which tribes in West Africa could be mixed with, what Indian tribes in North America could be mixed with, and in the Caribbeans. And so they already had that. That's why they went southeast, Algonquians, North Carolina, Alabama, Georgia. They already knew that, not all of them, I mean, the tribes that they had already had pacts with themselves, that they already knew. You spoke a certain language, you had obviously similar sciences. Okay, this is Hebrew science. How do you know this? Okay, you're a group we can mix with, you're a group we can have sex with. In very blatant terms. Same thing with certain groups in West Akiblan. You know certain symbols, you got certain, okay, you touch down, they touch down and over in your area too. Yeah, I made that pact too. We can have sex with y'all. And they also obviously systematically brought 3% of those particular people, those and during the slave trade, translating slave trade, they brought them right over to America as well. This was systematic. They knew which tribes. Absolutely. They already knew, because it's the similar symbols. Like if they had cosmograms, or if you had certain Insibidi writing systems, that's very similar to other writing systems. That's very similar to the hieroglyphics in America. It's like, okay, we can mingle with these niggas, bring them over, because they got Negro tendencies, and they bring them over. Now the mix up with the misnomers and the status and the masonry getting botched. Yes, that is true. Yes. I think it was done on purpose. Could have been to protect, could have been to confuse, could have been for more power. I'm not sure. But you see that. You do see it. And so that's where you see they talk about this amalgamation, so to speak. Some tribes already knew what time it was, in terms of the backstabbing that took place, especially among the women. The women at that point, they totally were too outdone, because it happened over in America too. With we was about this overthrow of the Queen Mothership and the overthrow of certain chieftains by, to be honest, people without the pedigree to take over that system, governance structures. And so people get greedy. Just like you see now, people selling out that shit been going on. They sell out. the backstab person, they kill a person to get them out the way. That stuff, that's just warfare or just human nature, to be honest. Um, Certainly don't agree with that. But you saw that same tendency, and there's even some indigenous. This is a story that's in a book. I read the book like 15 years ago. It makes me upset that I can't remember it. The name of the book. But the story was, that when settlers and colonizers and people came over here, they saw gold in some of they saw gold obviously in Cali, they saw gold in certain crystals and gems in North Carolina. So they said, why are you not picking that up? And they was looking at the indigenous as scavengers. What was it called? Yeah, they were barbaric, barbarians. They don't even utilize their own land. Um, and what was interesting is that the indigenous is like, we've been knew that gold was there. We already know where that gold was there. We was told by our ancestors to not dig with it because it will mess up the way of life of what we came here for, which is to commune with nature. It will mess up, it will throw the world off. And so we were told not to value it. Yeah, you may say, you have a gold earring or two, whatever, but they was told not to value that. See, that was the difference in Cometian culture. That's what we talk about, those subtle differences where it was a known thing that they was all into that material shit, all that gold and all that. And that wasn't just Cometian culture. You see some West Africans that be all about that shit too, especially over in the Ghana region. They was always about that too. But um in that book, it was the chiefs. They were talking to the Indian chiefs, and they was like, "Well, we knew that gold was there. We been knew that shit. We was told not to go pick with it." And they said, "Who told y'all that?" Our ancestors and the spirits. When we do, they have all types of uh, it's called like a. It's not. It's a little bit more intense than a sage clearing because it's like a sweat. It's like a sweat box that you sit in to commune with certain ancestors that certain priests and priestesses was using, and that's what they were told. Like, don't go digging with that gold. Don't go messing around with all that. Just have your simple governance structures and whatnot. So it's very basic, and it's not even necessarily nomadic, but that's kind of like on par with some of how some of the tribes within the 12 tribes, the ones that even before making that alliance with the Cometians, that's how they were. It's very simple. There is no graven image. Because you don't want to externalize of the self. You don't externalize your power. You don't idolize, and idolize causes distractions and can cause mind control. A lot of people don't know that, but that's why the Bible said don't have no idols. It's not because it's like you don't have no idols. Ooh, we're trying to control your religion. People make it seem like it's a religion, but it's a psychology reason for it. It's a psychological reason. Because these prophets knew media was coming. These prophets knew propaganda was coming. These prophets knew the celebrity culture was going to come. And it's like, you have idols, you're going to be distracted. They'll lead you astray. They can keep you from the focus of developing of the self, development of your will. That means your will can be shattered when you crave and then obviously they knew about Babylon, the Luciferian Babylonian contract law was going to be in a place, and that gives people to sign away they will. And if you idolize and you go send a celebrity and then they come, oh, yeah, get a contract, I got a deal, they all happy and don't realize they signed the life away. So obviously Yeshua was warning about that. It was so many prophets that knew this was happening. It's nothing new that the Babylonians was going to bring that shit to us. And so that is another reason why, and even infiltrate, certain cultures are going to even infiltrate and say that and then trick them that way too. We the Hebrews, knowing that, we're not supposed to be practicing usury. We're not supposed to have no idols. Like this was stuff about development of the soul for you to train the hard knocks of developing consciousness so that you always in control of your will, so that you don't become a lost soul, and so that you don't get frayed, you don't become subjected to mind control, um and unfortunately it's everywhere, whether that's K-12 programming, media, news, also celebrity culture, influencer culture, all of that level of, if it said masonry was reverse engineered, that's what we mean. It's more so concerned with controlling of others versus the control of yourself. Is one thing. If you're powerful, they say you're powerful if you can control others, but it's more powerful to be able to control yourself. And in all these cultures, and this is what the lesson that the Moors have to learn, and I had to learn it too because I have that same. Even though my mom is American indigenous all day, like nobody would never mistake her for an African, for anything else. But actually, they usually, because we lived on, at one point in Buffalo, we was living among the Latinos. They always assumed they was always going around speaking Spanish. They just thought I was, they always talking to her in Spanish. They even sent all of her paperwork in Spanish one time. They just had her marked down. The social worker just assumed, okay, you must be, you know. And I remember I had to actually translate it for her. I don't speak Spanish fluently, but I can read it fluently. If you put anything generally in Spanish in front of me, I can translate it pretty closely. I don't know all the words, but I would have to translate the paperwork for her, and then we had to go and fix it. Like, no, why are y'all saying she she is a Negro? She says, I'm like American, I'm like American. But she also knew, that she was indigenous, Indian, and so that's just a known thing. Um, and so, but one of the things, because the Indians don't have the same perspective on governance, uh, empire, their approach is very different from the Moors who even they mixed in with. And I think that's why there's a lot of bad blood, because it's like you go around trying to master and conquer others, but do you conquer your lower self? Do you conquer yourself? Do you your flesh? Do you master yourself? You want to all this stuff about being the master, you know. The white folks learned that from Moors, and it just is what it is. But one of the things that they should be learning in this lifetime is that it's one thing to master others, but and you go around conquering the planets and the globe, but your focus should be on mastering yourself. And that's where I kind of was like, okay, well, let me chill, because I have that same tendency to know governance, to know certain sciences just naturally, just from my patriarch side, and understand that at extremely high level in terms of even psychotronics, radionics, those sacred sciences that are now unfortunately used for, nefarious things. This is stuff that, as far as coming up with structures and mechanisms for hive organisms, like from like hive mind, that's something that's in the black nobility's blood. It's like it's nothing. But in this lifetime, we have to focus on that mastery of the self, and then God can exalt us. Then God can, or the Most High can really refine, what that science is, because there's been a lot of bullshit introduced into it. So, um, especially when it comes to the women or the divine feminine. And so I thought that was really interesting, because Moors are conquerors. They're navigators, advanced navigators. I'm not talking about just a person that just is with a fez on in today's culture. We're talking about Jacobian Judahite heirs, more of the from that order, from Ireland, from Tanis to Ireland. That is a bloodline that purposely come to America after losing Jacobite wars, and knew which the indigenous tribes to sleep with, so to speak, for land, to make pacts, treaties, covenants with these tribes over here. That group knows how to blend in. They're not going to be, it's not a flashy thing. You actually, like, even with me, or even with certain Black Americans, you would generally never even ever really discuss this stuff. It's just that we're in a day and age where there's too much bullshit going on. It's better to, you know, set records straight and talk about these things. It's okay to talk about them now, because this script is closing out. I don't know when, I don't know how, I don't know. I'm not here to talk about the details of it. We just know that this particular vector space is going to be going through some major changes, and people are trying to blame certain things on the Black women. They trying to blame the stuff on, every time something go wrong, they want to look at and point fingers, and it's like, no, no, you ain't pointing no fingers over here, motherfucker, because you trying to run a narrative and cover your crimes and cover your tracks. No, we put this shit out on the table. Debate me, call me out, because y'all motherfuckers is not about to sit and try to scapegoat a nigga. I ain't about to scapegoat me, my bloodline. No, nobody over here. Go to the sellouts. Go to the people that caused the bullshit. Okay, and just because someone is of a certain bloodline, it was born into a certain family, was born into, that don't make them bad. That don't make them responsible for this bullshit that you see and at least in America, at least on the planet. So, you know, so this is not me trying to blame the Moors or anything, but it's their personality traits is a well documented, is well known. You could see it in Black American culture, clear as day, the differences of who falls on the board. Like, just from talking within 5 minutes, what type of Black American you're dealing with. You know, and you got to adjust accordingly. I know if I'm talking to a free person of color or family was a free person of color. I know if I'm talking to someone that is Creole. I know clear as day if I'm talking to someone with an admixture of Negro and Indigenous. That maybe more so of a Judahite, the tribe of Judah. I can know that instantly. I know that who's an indigenous, who got an indigenous spirit, who got more African blood in them, who got more, who's of the African nobility. That's different than Moors. That's different than uh the Africans that were brought over as slaves. Those are two different groups. You'll know that instantly. You can tell that instantly. You look at them names, you look at them surnames, you hear the way they talk, the way they act, study their pedigree, and you're able to see all those things. You'll see who got a lot of white in them. And the way that like like we know the different type of Black Americans that's running around here. Um, and so that's why you may see, just like delineation is important right now. Delineation was always important in Akiva line. Well, I mean, come on, you ain't gonna have 3,000 tribes for no reason. You're not gonna have 9,000 languages for no reason. So they getting all upset at us for delineation. Okay, y'all invented it. What are you be talking about? You still practicing delineation right over there. Look at how the Somalians act. Look how the Somalians treat all the other Africans. We really gonna play them games? We know the reputation they got. They came over here with the bullshit. Okay. So they delineate. They honestly our biggest supporters before we even fell out with the diaspora stuff, because it was bad in 2022. Ooh, it was so bad. But the diaspora wars, our biggest supporters when we was talking that delineation shit, we talking on the grassroots level, like just random ass niggas that just, okay, we wake up, it's we in the lockdown with the COVID stuff. Let's go hop on a voice chat and talk shit about the differences in our culture and stuff. Our biggest supporters I noticed was the Somalians, only because they was like, yeah, I don't want to be lumped in with all the rest of that. I mean, we had some Caribbean support too. Don't get me wrong. The Jamaicans be like, yeah, I'm down with delineation. I want to be delineated too. I want to be known for my Jamaican culture. Shit, yeah, that's cool. We don't care about that. But it would be funny how like the Somalians would go in. They would be like, yeah, we've been delineated. We've been practicing that for thousands of years. Like, we don't see ourselves as no, but they also was looking down, and that's when I said, "Well, wait, we looking like, hold up, y'all bringing that energy to us? Hold up, what we doing here? We paid away for y'all ass to be here." And then that's when things kind of popped off between the Somalians and the Black Americans. Like, you know what? You do got a history of treating us fucked up. You got a history of looking down on them. Come to think about it, because they would talk about them West Africans, boy. Oh, they call them Bantu. Oh, they was talking something fierce about it. We've been delineated. We don't want to be seen as that. Then they was looking at he was like, wait a, y'all delineating because of your hangups over dark skins and over what you call sub-Saharan. That's not why we delineating. We delineating to prevent an ethnocide because of the legalese and law was lumping us together, so we were getting lesser benefits, systematically locked out. And we're talking about a paper in ethnocide and an actual labor ethnocide in terms of even job markets, housing. We're talking about like real time discrimination, maternal health care, of like shit that was getting bad because of the lack of delineation of just we call flat blackness. And so that's a different reason for delineating. Oh, because you're looking down on, other melanated folk. That's not the reason for delineation. Not a Black American Negro delineation. Hell no, that's not the reason. It's not to be colorist. It's not to be texturist. It wasn't for that. It was just more like we have to actually start to aggregate the data specifically for the Negro who experience a very different history than the rest of the world, and obviously America's treatment of the Negro since its inception, in terms of slavery, in terms of Jim Crow, in terms of redlining, in terms of Black codes, in terms of Reconstruction. We can't have benefits that's set up for that group of people and other just random melanated people come over and then tap into that. So that's why that was our reasoning for it. But when we was talking with the Somalians, they was bringing up, you don't look like that, our hair doesn't look like that, or and then the only reason why it kind of caused a schism, because we noticed Black Americans started talking like that. These were just the youth, they're young. And so we had, as far as setting a criteria in 2022, it was like, we really don't want our people going down that route. It's more so for a very objective social scientific reasons under this racial stratification system, under the caste system. That's, I'm saying, for me as a sociologist, that was my approach, and it was more on a sophisticated level. It wasn't to be causing no fighting. In fact, though I got in the mud, it was out of hurt and pain. And I admitted that. I admitted that then, and I admit that now. But it was not supposed to be some long term, oh, we about to fight. Oh, I hate these Africans. No. And in fact, a lot of the even those that were American Indians, they like to say, oh, y'all just saying that because y'all self-hating. They the ones that was constantly trying to correct Black Americans that don't go by indigenous or don't claim that they say don't have no Indian in their family. They was constantly trying to say, do not make this about beefing with Africans. Don't do that. They was pulling me to the side, literally calling my phone saying, y'all, this is going to turn ugly. This is not what we do. And, like, we may got some issues with them, but it's not to have no long-standing beef with them, even though we don't even identify with them. That's not the point. And I had to think about, I said, you know what? Yeah, I had to scale back myself, because I'm like, yeah, sometimes you just got to admit that you hurt. Sometimes you just got to admit that you felt let down. Sometimes you just got to admit that you felt sold out, or you felt like they didn't care about your plight. They didn't treat you right. So it's okay with admitting that. That's where I was so angry, as far as screaming at Africans. But then you can't take that out on everybody. You got to heal from you. Once you realize that, on some level, you have to evolve. Yeah, they did that. Yeah, they did. Okay, we delineated. Now what? Empire building time. Niggas, especially if you talk about you the tribe of Judah. Okay, it's time to build your governing structures. You can't claim that level. You can't claim that and just be reduced to arguing on the internet. Okay, or just on some bullshit. You can't claim that and have that type of behavior, trying to mingle with fucked up systems, mingle with racist systems, assimilate with racist systems. That's never been our blood. That's never. Y'all ever study the way? Because this is interesting. I'm not claiming Japan or nothing, but you ever study how Japanese, where they talked about during that war, where they say 100 million souls willing to die for the cause, 100 million. We will never surrender. We will never be a slave. We will never surrender. We will die before we do that, and we will fight to the very, very end, literally the very end. Now there is a different, that's their belief, right? They call it, and it's even within the Bushido Creed. But you remember, they got the samurais, and for those who know, that the intelligence of Japanese culture, they will tell you themselves that they knew that they had, out of all of the East Asians, they had the most quote unquote Negro blood. I was told that by a Japanese professor in private, and they never talk about it, of course. But it was interesting that 100 million ready to die no matter what, even if we will be obliterated completely out of before we bow down to these people. And so that was interesting that they said that. And for certain of us, for those, that's the same type of time we have to be on. Now, our ancestors in particular was just like, let's just fight a long war, guerrilla warfare style, mess up all of the sciences on purpose for those who betrayed us and backstabbed us, give them some bullshit so they can pretty much do themselves in, and let's just stand back. But we got to keep these Negroes alive. That was literally, we talking about centuries, a order fighting another order. Like for centuries, we will keep these Negroes alive. We will give the other side fucked up ass masonry, fucked up ass science, just to keep to have them. Eventually, they're gonna do themselves in. There is a group of people that believe that. Not all Negroes were aware of that. Okay, but there is a group of men that did that. The women, on the other hand, from the other order, who had their knowledge stolen from them, they don't believe that at all. They are the type of time where they would have died. But that's why we were overthrown. Like, yeah, y'all bitches is crazy. Y'all bitches is crazy. Like, at least try to survive. Like, no, we fight to the very death. We would just die before we bow down to a lesser culture, a lesser form of life form, or a culture that's trying to conquer us. And so if you want to know, like, why was there the gender war between the black nobility? That was why. Don't teach them that science. Don't mix with, don't do that. Don't, it ain't listen to us. I'm like, get these bitches up on out of here. You got too much power anyways. You always think you run shit. You always running your mouth. You always trying to control me. The other niggas ain't, the other men is not controlled by they, go get out of here with all that, it is. And you see history, repeating itself. Well, let's keep going. And so, um, the Bashongo, they believe in a supreme spirit that establishes a law and created lesser gods to preserve it. Now, this you kind of see in multiple cultures in the East, where you have this supreme creator of all create lesser gods to preserve it. Now, you could kind of see this in the Abrahamic, when it comes to creator God of all in the angels. Raphael, Uriel, Michael. And what's interesting is all the books of the Bible that they took out, they talked about Raphael and Archangel Michael. Like, it was nothing. Archangel, I was telling people, intuitively, I knew that um, Archangel Michael was arch class, but also a Seraph being, which is two. So he's like somebody that have two ranks in the choir of angels. There's nine, and so he had multiple ranks. Lucifer did too, but he was more a choir and arch, whereas Archangel was Seraph and arch. But I think Lucifer may have had three, to be honest, because you could have different. It's like getting a different badge, or having these different military badges or ranks or whatever. Um, and so some angels did. I see. I knew that intuitively. But obviously, when people pull up the Bible, oh, you're being blasphemous. It's not in the Bible. It is in the Bible. It was taken out of the Ethiopian Bible. It is there. If you read the fourth Baruch, they talk about Archangel Michael or Tobit. The book of Tobit talks about Raphael. He was teaching some heavy witchcraft, heavy occult knowledge. The Archangel Raphael was teaching how to how to give Tobias a ritual that involved like a fish of the liver and certain gauze and crush it into powder and certain smoke that you got to do and to drive out a demonic spirit that causes death. This was Archangel Raphael's teachings. This is just why did they take that out of the Bible? Is what you should ask yourself. Clear as day, a occult ritual, like something that will be found in hoodoo or something. Actually, a little bit deeper than hoodoo, something that will be found in voodoo. Okay, real talk. Go read it. Then you see them talking about Archangel Michael, in the book of, I think it's fourth Baruch, it could be Tobit too. So I said, I knew that there was, and they talk about him being a seraph, but he was also an archangel. So that's two different classes of angels. So it confirmed what I said, what I saw spiritually. I saw in a dimension, I'm like, but during the quantum entanglement, I said these angels can occupy two, sometimes you can be a principality, you could be in choirs, or you could be in seraphs, seraphim, seraphim, or he could be in arch status. You know, some is just principalities, seraphim. They're not the other. Some is principalities. See, I knew that intuitively, but I had to go. With what they got today with this Western, you don't find that in today's Bible. They ain't teaching that in church, and so you got to go and do some research. But why did they take it out? It's what you should ask your motherfucking self. It's clear as day. It resonates instantly. I said I could tell by the writing. They were saying the Most High in those original versions, and then they're talking about the angels and how the humans was going to the angels and stuff. They talked about psychotronics in the Bible. Yes, they do. Psychotronics is a form of one of the sciences of masonry. Yep. I mean, they was stoning Jeremiah's motherfucking ass. What did he have to do? He had to use cyclotronics, the same thing Yeshua was doing. And Jeremiah communicated in the code in the Bible that he was 32-degree Mason. That's not the same masonry that you see today. They would totally denounce that, which is why they had a bug in their ass about Yeshua, because he denounced it, and he was way above 32 degrees. But he denounced it too. Like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, oh, hold up. And so many codes, but you gotta catch it. Because it was like, that's why he was talking in parables. It's like, okay, for those that's born into bloodline, I'm speaking in Korean. For those that's in bloodline, you got to know that they fucking up that science. And you got to, for one, when you start to get the call on your life by the Most High, and you start to, you better you better take heed when we talk about that kingdom of God within, because they're gonna come to you with the deals and with the offer you this. But if you give sign over your will, that's why it's coded like that. Well, I think it's Mark 4 when you talk about you could have all this world if you just whoever I will, I will give it to you. Whoever I will, that means whoever I mind control, I give it to. It's literally right in front of people. And whoever I mind control, whoever, but you got to give up your will. Whoever, but if your will would just worship me, if you will just worship me, that means if you give up your will to worship that lower self, that adversary, that materialism, that Satan, then you will get that third dimension, the illusion. They create the illusion for you. That's why James Brown said, I traded the sunrise for the sunset. If I knew then what I knew now, nah. That's what he said. He was warning motherfuckers. Get more blatant than that. But that's where, a group of bloodliners, 125D, 33 Nagas beings, however you want to look at it. That's why Yeshua was looking like, we gotta do something about this. And obviously, you have this term blasphemous, and you have this term Baphomet. Notice how similar blasphemous and Baphomet is. It's just a L, and you see this H, Baphomet, blasphemous. But then, if you know with the vowels, it's pretty much the same term. But notice how the tribe of Judah was taught. There was warring tribes, other tribes that was doing their own shit, and we didn't agree with them. And certain Nagas beings like, don't practice what that is. And again, they were listening to the angels. So you could read these books where it's like they will follow whatever the angels say. They knew they were angels, And so if Raphael or Michael said, "Don't do that," don't follow what that is, or if a prophet say, "Don't follow what they doing," that would be something very serious. The most, because they believe that they have this covenant with the Most High. So it's like, don't follow that tribe that's following this Baphomet. That statue with the Baphomet, that's what you see now. And there's renditions of that in West Africa. There's renditions of that in American Indian culture. We're talking about old, thousands of years old. But they were, the reason why it's not so much it was the graven image itself. Obviously, that Judahites would be against it, graven image. They were idolizing it, but on a secret level, they were altering the laws of electromagnetism. So they were centering the self, knowing, pretty much removing the emanations of God and focusing on a very dense self. And so they knew that would lower your frequency. Also, you talking about ACDC, switching the way light works, pretty much working with a different form of light that was foreign to other tribes. And so it was like, okay, you're centering something that you can't create yourself. This is male phallic worship. This is weird. We all at that time, melanated people, we start off at X, like primordial soup, priority cork soup. What are we doing here? Now we revere the masculine as well, or we had high hold it in high regard, which is talk about the sun and sun, representative sun and light. But it's an after effect of primordial melanin. That concept existed, even I found that concept in other tribes too. And so that was weird for somebody to switch it around. That's like somebody reverse engineering something. At least in Judahite eyes. And so when someone said, I saw God and the Son of God, and all three of these prophets were saying it, they weren't the only three prophets that said it. Judith was a female prophetess. They took the book of the women out the Bible too. And so they would say, There's the Most High, there's the Son of God. It's like, what? Well, oh, hold up, we don't do lesser gods. So that's what they felt like it was. They didn't even know. Like when you explain light, when the divine feminine is right, gets the divine masculine X. Everybody starts with X, and you get a Y chromosome, or your DC to AC current, or the way electromagnetism works as far as your electric motherboard, and the way that's set up, or even the way the Bible is just written. The beginning was God. The beginning was a word, and the word was with God, and the word was God. It was called sound, frequency, sound. Um, and before that, obviously, this darkness, melanin. And so that with somebody, if a prophet said they had a vision, oh, I saw God, I saw the Most High and the Son of God. Oh, what the fuck are you talking about? You mean angel? You mean which class are they in? What the fuck? What? Who? And so they got their ass. You being like Baphomet, you being blasphemous, because it was another tribe doing that. Another tribe that was talking to having all these emanations of avatars and all these things. And so when somebody would do that, that's like, oh, and it was very kid-like because again, the tribe of Judah who have its chieftains or its Nagas overseers, so to speak, these are like humans. That's just, that we know they have the 12 strands. We were watching over them, you're watching and protecting them and making sure they are safe. If it's like telling a child, oh, if you eat a Smarties, your arm's gonna fall and wither and get mildew everywhere, and a child really believes that, so they won't eat a Smarties. And I had to do stuff like that just to have this for kids to stay away from artificial ingredients like red dye, yellow dye, blue, and all that, yellow 5 and all that stuff. And when I was raising a kid, no lie, I told him, you see when you see yellow D5, you see this chemical right there? Oh, it make your dick fall off. And crazy shit. Oh, it turn you gangrene. I just showing pictures on the Google. See that gangrene? See the arms? See that? So the angels was really teaching that like to humans. Like, oh, you see them. And they doing that, talking like that, and have all these doing all that weird ass dancing around those graven images. And oh, you see, oh, it's gonna mess you up. But really, if we're telling the truth, you'll give away your will. You're gonna get into sense consciousness and fall deeper into the self. There's nothing wrong with the self. We're talking about obviously the battle of the higher self, lower self. We're talking about you don't want to fall into the other spectrum of a lower frequency. You don't want to descend. You want to ascend. That's what the teachings was. They had a covenant for that, so they was really believing that stuff. Um, See, that's the Baphomet. It's being blasphemous. And so anytime somebody will come along and bring in emanations, avatars, the first instinct was to kill them, literally. So you see Jeremiah and Isaiah and Yeshua and all the other like high level prophets, but after they would die, everything they would say would come true, or they would get really a spanking, like a really, And so that's why it was like, wait a minute, maybe we was wrong about Jeremiah, maybe we was wrong about Isaiah, maybe we was wrong about Elijah. Oh shit, you fucked up. They know something we didn't understand, and at that point, uh, even the angels, wasn't really messing with, it was just a lie, and so they started thinking maybe God abandoned them, and they started doing all types of stuff and whatnot. Um, but that's where it came from. Oh, you being that blasphemous. And the only reason why I know that is because I had a dream about it. I saw the vision of primal Negroes, so to speak. They're very living off nature. And I saw the Nagas beings or these angels. I literally was able to see like a record of it. And so I thought it was hilarious. I woke up literally cracking up, seeing because they were like children. They listening to everything these angels is telling them. They say, stay away from no people that doing that. You stay away from that. You will go near that. And you seeing them like, oh, oh. So when you hear someone come, even in your own tribe, say, oh, I had a vision. I saw the Most High and the Son of God, and he's going to come and he's going to be like a Mashiach, and he's going, what? You centering yourself. You being blasphemous. You being baphomet because that's today's modern term. You know how today when you hear humans talking about reptiles or narcissism, the way humans talk about narcissism, that's the way back then the tribe of Judah was or the 12 tribes in general was seeing this term blasphemous, Baphomet. because the other tribes had phallic worship and was having these, like how I showed you the Igbo pillar and all these things with these different lesser gods. It was like we go straight to the creator force of the universe. We don't deal with that. We don't deal with deities because it will create further emanations within ourselves. Again, did they follow that all the way through? No. Did my bloodline follow all the way through and through? No. I don't know, not one that did. They did not listen to Jeremiah or Isaac. They did go and make that alliance with the Commissions. That's why we knew. But the thing is, at least some of those Commission entities, deities, or we call them angels, whatever you want to call it, Tahuti and Osiris and Anubis, they took our side when shit really popped off. They the ones that a lot of people don't believe, don't think no shit like that, but they said, well, we gonna do creator force too, and we not gonna agree with the way these the commissions are carrying on when they started enslaving all that. A lot of people would think that just sounds so crazy, and I'm okay with that. But as far as like Anubis didn't agree with that shit. Like Tahuti, they're like, no, this ain't cool. And even remember when they had sacrificed 2 million ibises to Tahuti, he had already made the call. Yeah, this empire will fall. We taking yeah, you're about to be invaded. We're not protecting y'all no more. Then so you see the Hyksos and you see Hellenistic Greco invasions and all those things, and you saw how they got completely how Kemet fell essentially. But it was because bloodline the wars between the black nobility or the nobility class, to be honest, about agreement on how to do science, sacred science that was given to us. And we're always comparing notes, and then they started a lot of those heirs, the high ranking, even of on the tribe of Judah that was over there learning from Commissions and all that stuff. They knew that stuff, and they took that shit out on us. They're like, y'all remember y'all growing too much in numbers. We need population control. You enslaving y'all motherfuckers that too. Shit, fuck this. We gotta stay on top, and it fucked them up even more. It messed them up even more. Once they start, because they weren't always doing that shit either. Yeah, they was always materialistic and stuff about the gold, and because they like to live it up. They thinking, well, we live it up now because in the afterlife that's the real work, or the real that's the real world. And so that was their thinking, and that was always at odds with our thinking until they made that alliance with them for protection. And we talk about the nobility class, but they brought over niggas, yeah. It's there. So let's keep going. And I thought it was so funny when I had that dream and I saw being like you being like but it was like even in the Bible you see where say, oh, you being blasphemous, but you being blasphemous. But it was like creator force of creator, the Most High showing me. You see how similar that term is to Baphomet. Now go look up the phallic worship around the tribes, other tribes. They had they were told to like, oh, we don't do that. We don't do those things. And so that's why they would freak out. And they said, we gotta go get stones and then stone them to death. But then something really horrific would happen after they would kill those type of prophets. And then they would realize that maybe they didn't understand something or maybe it was wrong. Like maybe we shouldn't have did that. That's when they said, well, God's, maybe, the Most High's turning their face from us. What do we do? They had droughts and they get a drought or something happened and they get all dramatic. Oh, we got a bit of golden calf and all that crazy shit, that's where it comes from. We cannot see it, civil law, okay. And so again, you have this creator force of all, and then having lesser gods establish the law, or even angels establishing it or executing it. And so then you have the serving gods. They divide into some of the groups, some being messengers, tribal protectors. So that's where you get chieftains, family guardians, and some companion spirits. And so messenger gods, we know about messenger gods, and some of the supreme deities are being credited with many as having 50 of them. And so you have in the Yoruba culture, they had the firstborn, the Oduwa. That's actually comes from a feminine, the Oduwa, the Oduduwa. Oduduwa was originally of the divine feminine. But anyways, to whom he gave the five clawed bird and the sand of power. Then you have obviously your Orishas. Those are considered messenger gods for those who know about the Orishas. Your Ogun, your Shango, your Oya, your Oshun, your Moja, or your Yamaya, however you want to say it. Who else? Shango, Ogun. I feel like I'm trying to scan, for information. And sometimes you may not even. It's I know it's the seven. They call it seven powers or seven powerful spirits or the seven Orishas. I know it's seven of them. You have Shango, Oshun, Yamaya. So four. I'm trying to think. I used to know all seven, but anyways, the Orishas. These are considered messenger gods. Some of this just from our epigenetics of our ancestors. We remember these type of things. Um, and that comes from the science of Ifa. Let's see. So those are considered messenger gods. The guardians of societies are Alaroon and his father, chief lieutenant of Oral. Okay, so these are powerful. And see, a lot of the once again, this would be like the equivalent of angels in Hebrew culture. That's like, okay, these should be angels. It could be angels because even though you have 9 choirs of angels, there's millions of angels. I'm pretty sure in an Ethiopian version or the oldest text of a Hebrew Bible, I'm pretty sure we could find that there's a bunch of angels. Besides, we know the seven archangels, but then you have seven Orishas. You have these seven angels, archangels. But to me, I mean, I think it's quite obvious that there's millions of them, and I think different classes. Obviously 9 choirs, but then same concept. But anyways, okay, so you have the messenger gods. Let's talk about that. They know the thoughts and hearts of men, to be the giver of all good, to be very patient. They're not angry. So these are evolved deities. um and let's see. Okay, let's look at this. This is interesting. It says the most ancient of possessions of the society is Ika Abasi, the great mother of the Ibibo, superintendents of birth and deaths, being especially glad when a man child is born. And so, the great mothers, because the women in melanated culture had so much power, that's why they say, okay, y'all so male identified, or y'all, back then there was quite a bit of power with these queen mothers, with the great mothers. Even Ifa was originally of the divine feminine order. It's about Oduduwa. Somebody researched it close enough. That was not originally a patriarchal spiritual system. You just have to you got to really research and be honest and objective about it. You don't want to be honest and objective about it, that's on you, but the truth is there. And so the great mother desires to take me. Being a woman, she knows what is good for a man, what they should desire and what they should avoid. And so the great mother concept, that's everywhere throughout all, that's just, come on. So where did this? Oh, and so they say they have the female womanly wisdom. They preside paired usually with a male deity over the fertility cults and some of their images. So fertility cults were very important. A lot of people may even consider again, tribe of Judah was more matriarchal. When we talk about creator source of all, uh the most high, primordial, at the higher levels of those with the knowledge, you know what that is. If you read it in an objective sense, and for those that's honest. And that's why for us it was kind of confusing as to like when did this turn so patriarchal. Some of the tribes of the 12 tribes are inherently more patriarchal. That's just true. But we're saying the tribe of Judah, that's what they doing, carrying how they carrying on. It does look kind of crazy to us. Because even with Black American culture, with the Negro, it's about the big mama. The big mama is an archetype. It's kind of like the mom, what's it called, La Dama, but this is that's the more bastardized version of that. Where they talk about big mama with the Aunt Jemima and all that. No, that comes from the Kubaba. But then also like this big black universe, or if you look at Saturn, its rings, or Venus. You used to be able to see Venus, the morning star. These round planets, like these circles, you look at patterns. Even if you throw A rock in the ocean, what does it make? These waves, ripples, Fibonacci, spirals, Fibonacci, these waves. So when you think of like my claims, which I'm very emphatic about, I would debate anybody on this, that when we talk about people have this debate about is the earth flat, is it round? We made it very clear that it's holographic in nature in terms of it being a plane of existence at a certain density of dimension with a electromagnetic magnetic sphere around it. And how do you know that? You study nature, but I mean the CIA confirmed that decades ago. So they want to when you see the flat earth debate versus round debate, that is clear distraction. That is leading people just totally off a cliff, because everybody in the know knows that it's always been so. The universe is mental. Melanated people always have taught, had always been highly advanced and aware. It is a plane of existence based on its dimension and density. It can appear flat or horizontal, rather, but we wouldn't use the word flat. That's weird terminology. We use the word horizontal with a magnetic sphere, electromagnetic sphere around it. And so it wouldn't be a debate at that point. But again, when you want to conquer and divide us versus them, and as far as the way that they get to distract people, that's always the mechanism. That's always the go-to. And so that argument to me, I would instantly the hairs on my back would stand up. Like, what is that person doing? Because that is clear as day a distraction. Because they even the I mean, come on. It's just a known thing. Melanated culture been teaching that for thousands of years. Even if you get into the concept of firmament and separating waters from water, well, go throw a rock in the motherfucking ocean or a river. What's it gonna do? That remember that ripple, and it's like sound. Have you ever the frequency, and then you play a certain sound, you can change the way water even moves. But go test it out. Why would it just be as above, so below? Like, what are we doing here? Is just going to change now? Go throw. It's going to look, and then when you get speaker box, right? You play it real loud. You see a boom, 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 and then you put things near it, and stuff start moving. It is right there. We talk about frequency. Those patterns. Those patterns mean something. When you look at the patterns of the sun is a circle. The moon looks like a circle. Again, we're talking electromagnetic sphere that's not solid. It's energy still. It just could appear solid or holographic. um Now, again, you see that with if you go throw a rock in it and it goes a ripple effect. Now you look at the waves. Okay, sound waves, sine waves, negative green waves, ultraviolet, different forms of light. What it show you? That wave pattern. You get an ohmmeter. Get an ohmmeter. And you get to see the wave. Ooh, you see the little screen moved it. You get a radio. You play a song. You see the waves. Why would that be different in terms of the universe, the earth? How come you could see it in the patterns of the tree of the ring? These different rings around the tree when you cut it open. You still see that ripple effect. You see the Fibonacci's and certain flowers, this ripple. Okay, that's why spirals are very important. Traditionally, at least to the orders of divine feminine, and so the angles working with squares and all that, that's very foreign to us, but it comes from commission science. You see, that's why we had disagreements. We knew their science. Don't get us wrong. We knew what the fuck they were doing. It's just to us, we just have a higher level of understanding because we working with chaos intelligence. Chaos intelligence is not chaos magic. Those are two different things. We don't like chaos magic has nothing to do with chaos intelligence. We talk about understanding melanin, understanding light, primordial soup, quark soup. And so chaos, you got Kacha, AOS, it's entropy. Probability distribution is what chaos really is. And then at its ripple effects of what people would say is disorder and randomness. This is the probability of distribution of birth. So that's a very different science. Like when people try to attack, because this is the thing where when you do stick and move tactics as far as the intelligence agencies who try to silence teachers or certain knowledge they don't want to get it out, they hurry up and confuse the people by botching what you're saying purposely. And then they tell They tell they network, don't ever call this person out, don't ever debate them, because pretty much you're gonna look fucking stupid. But that's the reason why it's like, go and do guerrilla warfare and go all behind the scenes and say, see, look, she's talking about chaos magic, guys. That's what Alistair. Oh, see, that's the devil. That type of stuff. No, I don't know what the fuck. Like, no, we don't. Chaos intelligence is not chaos magic. It's just not at all. This is a high level science of understanding primordial melanin and organizing probability distribution. It's entropy. It's just understanding of that and being okay with the unknown. Um, and this is what the tribe of Judah was also taught. Be okay with. That's why it is like there's no graven images. There's no, oh, you don't do that. Yeah, that's where it comes from. So it's very advanced science to grasp it. I don't even know if that's okay to be out now. It is okay. Because again, this script is shutting down. And you say, oh, you're the one shutting it down. Let's attack this person. I'm not the one shutting it down. I'm just one of the chieftain. I'm just one of messengers that see stuff. And I know they're gonna shut it down. When? I don't know. I could be dead and gone when it happened. I just know the script is coming to an end. It's pointless because like Sun Ra said, they don't deserve it. Sun Ra was a Commission scholar, Commission scientist, and came to the same conclusions about the state of this planet. Now people can get mad at us and feel like you're being elitist or whatever. It's not about elitism. um it ain't. I'm not the first one to say it. I'm not gonna be the last one to say it. It just is what it is. That's not a bad thing, though, for the humans that's on this planet, the birds, the bees, the trees that's on this planet, um, the entities that's on this planet. That's not a bad thing for the water, the oceans. They already on board. They the ones that they came and got us. Elephant motherfucking ass, bees, they tired too. Dolphins. Got them, the dolphins, the whales, they came and they the ones that did the okey doke in your ass. Shit, it's primitive tribes is living in huts. They summoned up that creator, the most high force, the creator. There's certain rituals. They know about it. They don't go in those temples. They don't know. They not even of the tribe of Judah, but they still understand how to. They had a ritual. And I told you about that dream. I told her about their dreams. They was asking about certain me, like, we need before, if we have to have certain beings you gotta have permission to take out or to move against. So they conjured up the highest of the high. What you say, the most high? These about motherfuckers that's in these huts and stuff. I'm not gonna get in there. I'm not gonna put their business out, but they were melanated people. And I remember watching the Most High communicate with them. It felt like a galaxy was running through my veins. I already told you about that. Or universe was running through my veins, and this being was talking, but I knew that I was human and I was not that same being. And they were asking that being about me. They was inquiring, like, okay, this motherfucker coming around here doing this. And but the first thing that entity said, or the Most High said, I y'all had that. Y'all remember that ritual said we never use that. We never. We would. We why would we? We don't conjure that level of power down for no reason. Like, we need to know who the fuck is this? What's going on? Like, we need to know. But she said, like, it's like that creator source of all, or whatever that. Again, I still don't have the words to explain it, but it was just raw. But it was, I felt love. That's why I felt. I felt love and peace, bliss, not even peace, higher than peace, but bliss. Um, is telling them, look, that's impressive. That's impressive. That's all ancient, one of the oldest. It's really no other group on the planet that know how to do that. I knew that too instantly. I was as Jenny. I'm thinking like, whoa, that's power. And they say, we very humble. We live off of planet Earth. We don't we still live in, but we still got that. We got, we need to release the cracking on that ass, or we need to, when we need to go and get some answers, we know what to do, but we don't, necessarily. But that was really impressive. Even to me, I said, that's wild. Because yeah, some people, they know some shit, and they got some power, they working with something, but that was on a whole nother level for that they conjured that force down like that. Because I had never dealt with nothing like that. It made me cry. I woke up crying. I cried the whole day because it was just such a beautiful feeling. And to know that they was just asking questions and trying to get information, and like, you know, we just want to make sure, we ain't being invaded. What should we do? Is this a danger to The planet, they kind of like they humans, but they were like guardians of the planet, like not the planet, but like they like high level what a gatekeeper was really supposed to be, not a sellout. Like what a chieftain is really supposed to be. Like that small group of people, small, tiny remote, they ain't on the map. That's what I'm saying. They was melanated though. And they made it very clear, like, yeah, we don't really go to them books. We don't really mess with that. But we had to. We trying to get some answers, and we need to prepare. And that was really interesting though. And so there is, and that's again, that's what Sun Ra, remember Sun Ra said, that's what the Negroes were under. That's the power that the Negroes were protected by, and many are still protected by. Yes, indeed. Many are Black Americans are still protected by that entity, some of them, but the ones that, you know, gave up their will or um don't care about that stuff, you can't force that entity is not gonna force themselves on you. But the thing is, it can cause some mix-ups if you come from the bloodline and made the covenant. Um, but remember, Sun Ra was like that was the god that the Negroes over here were under, but they wanted to be free like a wild horse, and they plummeted them into slavery. That's what he meant by that, And see, he knew he was very much aware, even though he did his commission thing, he was very, very much aware. He talked about it all the time about them angels. Like I'm talking about Raphael and he knew about the angels that was overseeing Negroes. He already knew about all this shit. I was like, whoa, because I saw it spiritually, and then it's kind of like him letting me know, like, dude, I'm up on game. Like you ain't saying nothing new. My nigga, you ain't, like, you ain't saying like I'm up on a game. Like we already know, like, yeah, we know that a lot of them Negroes are Hebrew. Not all of them, but yeah, we know. Um, it's interesting. That's what I'll say. And so we have the Great Mother. Let's keep going. Now we have the tribal god. So this is a very distinct from the last. They are given human attributes, although the idea of their association and their power is intermingled. Okay. Every bit of the social system of the tribal life. Okay, so let's keep going. So the tribal life, they have a social system, although their presence and their participation is supplied a principle on which tribal laws dispense and morality adjusted, and they're interwoven into the common life, that there's not any escape from them. They remain the vaguest and the most shadowy and least known of all the deities, the tribal gods. That's interesting. They may be manifested in such things such as storms or whatnot. Okay, they are guardians of the bridge that spans the river of death and death itself. And some of them, let's see, the passing of the spirits. Let's see, to cross that bridge only, however, after consultation with ancestral spirits. Okay, I'm just looking through it just to see, because a lot of this stuff is no point in covering it. Oh, this one is interesting. The guy of the Agni Ashanti are known for their bull-like horned heads and small fiery eyes. Agni Ashanti, bull-like horned heads and small fiery eyes. Agni Ashanti. Now that is the Agni. Let's go here. That's Agni. Now in the Rig Veda, they have the same concept of Agni, who is a deity of fire. Guess what he has? Bull horns. That's where it comes from. So this was a messenger and a priest. Agni is the bringing the gods the ritual. So this is a messenger god, carries the offerings to the heavens. He is seen as a mediator between humans and gods, the embodiment of fire, the personification of the sacrificial fire itself, but also represents the natural element of all fire in all forms, even sun and lightning. And so one who knows all that is born, symbol of purity and truth, Agni associated with truth, purity, and sanctity, part of a trinity along with Indra and Surya. Agni forms a structure trinity of Hindu gods. So we have inner fire. But look at this. Now, this is the Agni in the Hindu culture, but look how they described it in West Africa. Agni Ashanti are known for their bull like horned heads, small, fiery eyes. Now, Ashanti is a tribe in Ghana. And watch this. Agni with the aura of flames sitting on a ram. What does the ram have? Bull horns. This is Agni fire. It's the same concept. And that's what we're saying. Like when you see certain codes, like say for if you're 125D, if you're an interdimensional being, or if you're a Nagas being or an angel, and you see where certain entities touch down, right? We would instantly know, like we would instantly be able to make that connection and be like, okay, these are certain. Who did this? Who brought this over? And then that's where you have to start looking at the books. Okay, the Sudan come over here, the Kushites, who came over and taught them this? They call them the Nagas, pitch black deities. You look at the original version of Krishna, pitch black, Kali, pitch black, Shiva, pitch black. Okay. And so we say, okay, who's over here that's still pitch black? Okay, we got the Jawara. Okay, we got some of the Jawara people are still pitch black, like that today over in India. You have some of the Dravidians. Um, okay. And then you say, well, how did American Negroes know about this? Obviously, you have Agni Ashanti during slavery, but you have Agni Ashanti during Agni East Indian culture from Dravidians that were brought over to Virginia, North Carolina, 375 years ago. And so when you see something like this, I'm not pushing this on people. I'm just saying for people, as far as like, this is how we would know certain things. Like, okay, did these entities touch down where? As far as fire beings, Saturnian beings, where did they go? When we talk about dimensions overlaying another dimension, you could obviously do this with, if you look at Sumerian Babylonian culture, you start to see some of the remnants of the Anunnaki. You start to see, okay, this is too deep to get into. Pretty much what certain star systems touch the planet. I'm gonna try to keep it as simple as possible. What star systems touch planet Earth? Who from Orion came here? Who from Pleiades came here? Who from Andromeda came here? Who from Saturn came here? Who from Venus came? Like there's certain patterns that you will know, and so a certain person could be able to see this stuff. But you see Agni on a ram, and a ram has what? Bull horns, fire, and see. And so you see that same concept. And this is in India. It's the same concept. I'm trying to see if I had another picture. I thought I had more pictures. Oh, that's the Ikenga. And also we're gonna talk about the Ikenga too, because also you still got that ram shit. So people knew, that as far as the tribe of Judah, when you see like how the rams are so important to the 12 tribes, rams and these bull horns, these bulls, and people, you see certain Black Americans, they'll have horns or something like that. They'll play around with horns and all these. People say, oh, that's the devil and all these things. Not quite. We're just saying like that's why I keep saying that, oh, this science was botched, and I keep offending people, but I mean you should be able to see that. So let's keep going. Next group to be described in the bad are not as powerful as the good. Oh, I want to keep talking a little bit about that Rams. Even you look at the word miracles, and you'll see that it's kind of like the translation of let me get the chant, because I know even in Islam, and for people who don't know, they talk about Arabic. You better go study the etymology of Arabic language and see who created that as well. Um, Elder Chief Commander, because this is also important in Hebrew culture. Chief Commander, in terms of this anagram. I need it in Islam though. I'm gonna just get this in Arabic, and I can show you quite a bit. That's not the word that I'm looking for. Okay, Amir. So we look at El Amir Say. Miracles is a play on El Amir Say. El Amir Say, which is like Prince, Chief Commander, Commander in Chief, the supreme leader. And if you talk about Yahweh being a war god, is it a coincidence that Al Ramirez say? Do we say miracles? There can be miracles when you believe. Be Lilith, Eve, be like Lilith, Eve, not defile women. That again is that bullshit. That they again, as we told y'all, it was an overthrow of a whole system, and they was teaching people some bullshit. Now, could they have messed up the science after they realized they was going to get conquered over there in Europe, or they was losing that war? Sure, but we're telling you what it means. So the miracles is a play on the El Amir say, which means chief commander, and a goat. Now that's really a goat and a ram. Yeah, these two different creatures, but the proper translation of that is supposed to be a ram. It's not supposed to be a goat. Now, obviously, if you have, sometimes people would use goats instead of ram. That's where that come from. Um, uh, but that's where the chief commander of a goat, and where there can be miracles. Miracles. The play on that is El Amirse. But read Psalms 50, in terms of like, for people who think that that means it's okay to do blood sacrifice. It's not. I mean, at least not for those that's claiming tribe of Judah. It's not. And you'll know why if you read Psalms 50, if you're talking about you're under the Most High. Seriously, because Creator God of all created goats, ram, bull, dolphin, fish. They wouldn't need. They would be repulsed by. It's like, why are you slaughtering something I created? That's just common sense. And see, tribe of Judah knew that. You know, they were taught that by the angels, like you don't do that, because that's why they was, when they saw other tribes doing that stuff, doing blood magic, it's like, oh, you're being like baphomet, you're being blasphemous, because it's like, well, God created. Why would God want you to slaughter it for a sacrifice to that Most High? That would be like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, I I know every, because this is how God was saying. You can read it in Psalms 50. It's mine. I created it. It's all mine. I don't need you giving it back to me, acting like you're shedding its blood to give it back. Motherfucker, I already know it's mine. I already know. Like, if you're a chief creator of all, or you just the supreme, architect of it all, you know that it's there. I already know it's mine. I don't need you to sacrifice it to me. It doesn't mean anything to me. That's probably your lesser god shit. That's probably some shit that a tranquil demon or somebody needs you for your transaction pack, so they can give you some gifts or give you, that's that shit. Don't bring that over here, because we don't do that. That's what that the 12 tribes were taught. They didn't listen to it, but I'm just saying that's where it come from. It's like, I already know it's mine. I don't need you. And that's why when Kemet started doing it, because Kemet wasn't always doing that shit either. Kemet was also taught against that too. And so when they started doing that, that's when it was like, wait a minute, what are y'all doing? Because they also had that teaching, like, you don't have to do that, you know. And when they was at its height, they weren't doing that. It's like, you don't. That was kind of weird, even to other entities, angels. Even though Anubis thought it was weird, like Tahuti thought it was. It's like, what, huh? Okay, wait a minute, what? Sacrifice someone else, your kids, and all this stuff. You go when you think about, that's where you can start to see like the different invasions of interdimensional creatures on this planet. To be honest, and you start studying Sumerian, Babylonian, Assyrian culture and all that. That's where the schisms that, like, and you see how they kept exiling Hebrews out. Now you see why. They knew that it was never going to get. There was never no getting along. Nose is not the same. Look, come on, just use your fucking common sense. Um, so let's keep going. Thus the good, the evil superior in every way of the evil Quinsu. Let's see. Okay, so let's look at this. Let's keep going. So we talked about, that's the Agni Ashanti, but now we keep going. And so the next group is described as these are, we're still on the Opsum. This is the gods of the group commemorating the ritual practices. Okay, so these are like threatening powers. So this is not quite tribal gods. So let's keep going. The evil superior in every way to the, okay, so you have good spirits, and then you have malevolent spirits in this particular class. But they always know that the good are always superior to the evil in every way. Now this is interesting. They said, though the bad ones may prevail for a time, as did Set. And so you see how it is right there, the Greek typhoon. Now you look at Hyksos in the 19th dynasty when they had, see, I'm telling you, that's how I always kept trying to say there was definitely a demarcation. I already knew commissions wouldn't rock with, because the frequency is lower. Just think of frequencies of emotions. Is jealousy and hate a higher frequency than love and joy? No. So that's why they say the good is always going to be superior to the evil. Set is somebody that's dealing with chaos, and not even that's an improper word. It's somebody that's dealing with mayhem, mischief, and jealousy. They driven by envy and greed. That is a lower frequency than joy, than enlightenment, than love. And so that's why the spirits, just when we talk about frequency itself, the good is superior in every way to the evil equates to. This is just right in front of you. And you see, even this book was written by a melanated person. They say, just like Set, they don't even recognize him as a commission, but he was obviously he's in the story, but as far as the cult that was set up, that didn't happen until they were invaded. There was no cult to Set. Okay, so because they were, that's at that time, that's when they was getting into that bullshit. In his attempt to slay Osiris at night does it in his fight with the day, but the victory is of short duration. Finally, good triumphs and comes again the day renewed in strength, mighty in power, and glorious in benignancy. That's just only that. This is an allegory to understanding frequency. Higher frequency is always going to be superior to the low frequencies. The low frequencies may prevail for a time, but their ass is going to get smacked up anyways. It's inherently a lower frequency. Inherently, there's nothing you can do about it. Go take that up with the Most High. You're not getting around it. You ain't reverse engineering it. You ain't doing shit. God gonna, the Most High is gonna turn. You're gonna think that you getting away with some shit, and they walk in your ass where you gonna walk right into that motherfucking slaughterhouse. The snake eating its own tail, the Ouroboros on that ass. Okay, that's all it is. Recycle, recycle. You hate to love. Recycle. You hate to love. That's all that's gonna happen to your motherfucking ass. Okay, and so not only are those of bad disposition, but let's keep going, because this is the science of melanated people generally always believe this. So when we see y'all doing satanic shit, making pacts and trying to join this dumbass system and trying to sell me out, sell other people out, and all this stuff to try to act like you're doing some Aleister Crowley sciences, we find it. Oh, y'all, you ain't no motherfucking tribe of Judah over here. Ain't no way your motherfucking ass is no Negro doing that. We ain't never do no shit like that. We ain't never gonna start. Even American Indians, shit, they more strict with it than the Africans. So what the fuck is y'all doing? Like, you ain't, when we see what this Negro is doing, like, I'm telling you, a black male chieftain, high-ranking Judite heir, who's the spirit, they was appalled. They even said it. He said, we ain't never been doing no shit like that. We was always of high peace, frequency, love. What is going, I mean, he was shocked. I mean, it was a culture shock, you know and some of them got really upset. Like, yeah, y'all better not have been the ones that was making them pacts over there with that racist system to sell us out, because they already made the judgment on that. I don't even agree with it. I feel like that's an overcharge, but they don't give a fuck. They just pissed because it's like, your opportunity, you ain't gonna fight for it, then okay, then whatever. But don't sit and try to, don't bitch up and try to act like you, and come up with an excuse as to why you being you trying to assimilate, is what they would say. And damn sure don't claim Judite royalty. Damn sure don't claim our ancestors. Don't claim that you under the Most High with that, because that's cowardly. You always been a global leader. What the fuck is you doing? Like, it's weird. And I've tried to lift up. I'm here to lift up. I'm not trying to bash, beat nobody, because it ain't all Black Americans. But when we see them gloating and wickedness, gloating to harm somebody, gloating in it, that's when we say, oh, y'all asses is, oh, I saw that male chieftain. I saw his ass. He is a Negro. I'm going to get these motherfuckers. Oh, I'm going to beat that ass. And I said, well, what you going to do to him? And I'm going to show you better than I motherfucking tell you, because that's ridiculous. That behavior is nothing. We've never done that. We've never. Now, you got to fight. You gonna fight your enemy. That's different. But y'all sitting there doing this shit to each other. Oh no. Oh no. Something got to give. That's what he said. I said, okay. But let's keep going. It says, and if it don't apply, let it fly. And I ain't saying it's all 43 million of us, but we know who doing it. Okay, we can see things. I don't care if you gonna gaslight me, or you just crazy. We see your motherfucking ass. You can hide and hide what you doing from the other Negroes, and they don't know what you're doing, but we see your motherfucking ass. You can't hide certain things. You damn sure can't hide from the Most High. But okay, imagine angels and other ancestors and all types of stuff that's watching your stupid ass, and we could see things too. Okay, even some earls and some princes from the demonic kingdom is about to release the cracking on that ass too. And they always, that's why they say the Baphomet eats its own, because this is how them entities on that side work. Well, bitch, you was being a sellout asshole anyways. You was fucking over your people anyway. So we don't give a fuck. When it comes time to collect on that ass, that's literally what they say. I've heard them say it, not about me, but I'm just saying I was watching them in a dream when that's what they say. Shit, we don't give a fuck about them, because that's what they didn't have to. Did they care about their mom? Did they sacrifice? Did they care when they sacrificed their mom? Did they care when they sacrificed their aunt? Did they care when they did their sons, their daughters? How they was treating their daughter and all this shit? Did they give a fuck about any of that? No. So why the fuck should we? No, we don't give a shit. Shit. It's called trick or treat for a reason. Okay, and I'm gonna tell you this, Black Americans, when we dealing with love, and when you're dealing with discernment, and the type of person you're dealing with, if someone that truly, truly loves you, truly, truly, truly loves you in your personal relationships, whoever, whether it's a leader you following, whoever, your cousin, your spouse, someone truly, truly, truly loves you, they will sacrifice for you. They will sacrifice their life for you. Because we have different views on death and all this stuff anyways. They will sacrifice to protect you, not actually sacrifice you. That's how you know. Now, when someone will hear me out, if you run across someone that will sacrifice you for material things, you know that you should never trust a person like that, ever, never, no exceptions. And this is what the Bible also is quoted to warn people about too. And Yeshua was warning motherfuckers about that too. Isaiah, Jeremiah, all of them. If someone would sacrifice you, they kid, they mom, to have material things, that is not love. You don't really fuck with people like that. This is what also the tribe of Judah was being warned. That's why certain tribes, you don't fuck them. Don't mix your genetics with them. Don't be around them at all. That's what it was about. It wasn't about race. It wasn't. It was a very like, you don't want to mix your bloodline with them motherfuckers. You understand? Anybody that would sacrifice you for things, stuff that's stuff that's impermanent, stuff that you can't take with you, stuff that's fleeting. It's fleeting. It's going today, it's going tomorrow. Don't mean anything outside the value that you give it. You can't even take it in other dimensions with you. Somebody that will sacrifice their friends or their family for a car, for a house, or that's what Yeshua was warning against. You get away from them immediately. And so when we see the Negro doing it, that's what I'm saying. The chieftains is on y'all asses, because we see some of y'all in the spiritual room doing that shit. Now, if someone truly, truly loves you, truly, truly is someone that's there for you, they would, and this could go both ways. Sometimes the love is so strong between you and the person, you got to figure out, chill, I'll do it. I saw that one time where it was a contest. It wasn't like life or death, but it was a game and somebody had to sacrifice, and it was a married couple, and they couldn't agree on who was good because they loved each other so much. Now, obviously, the husband ended up saying, I'll do it for my wife. But they was both kind of like, well, who's gonna do what? They didn't want to do it to each other. They offered to do it for each other. That's different. They didn't say, well, you go, shit, you. They literally was confused as to like, well, I'll do it for you. No, I'll do it for you. I'll do it for you. I'll do it for you. That's the level of love that the Negro is supposed to have for one another. You understand me? That's very different than a white person coming with a contract and saying, here's $1 million. Who are you going to sacrifice? Your aunt? You going to sacrifice your grandma? I'll do it for $1 million. You out the book of life. You the fuck out of here. That's a peasant mentality. That's why we look down on that mentality. Sometimes if people I be kind of offensive saying, oh yes, a slave. I have to work on that, that I'm not right for acting like that. I'm not right for talking like that. But it comes from my disgust. That to me is a very disgusting characteristic to have. It really is. You know, that's why I'm so introvert, because I'm like, I see some bullshit like I can't fuck with a person that I see sacrifice an entire community for wealth, for money. That money that's not even, it's not even gold or silver. It's like crypto. It's like fake ass money, that the inflating dollar, a dying dollar. That's why you see Michael X. You see how he was talking to me when the FBI released the phone call of Malcolm X. They offered him money to sacrifice the black community. And what did he say? You got to be a damn fool to think I'm going to sell out for your failing dollar, a dying system. Go look at the recording. So when I see y'all trying to compare these charlatans to Data Malcolm X, the chieftains is on y'all motherfucking head. Y'all need to be slapped upside the fucking head. I never heard not one of them talk like that in private. In fact, they come to the forefront and told you they offered me $1 to do this, and I did it. They offered me this to have y'all all fighting. They offered me this, and they brag about it. You caught them in the act. You catch them in the act, walking you off the cliff to go vote for these racist systems, and all. You caught them in the act, using psychotronics and radionics on the black community, which is mind control. You literally caught them in the act. Oh, because you thought it was something popular. This is masonry. They teaching a botched ass form of masonry. We told y'all niggas that, and you gonna claim tribe of Judah, and then go over on that cliff with these niggas, and you saw how they sacrifice other people or their community and all that. That's not love. That's not love. Always remember that a person that truly love you. Now you gotta love them back. I ain't saying go, if you love me, you gonna do that. I don't manipulate motherfuckers. Don't do that. I'm not saying you don't go to church. If you loved me, you would sacrifice for me. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the love should be so potent that if that time had come, y'all confused on who to do. Let me start, because I think my other recording. How did I thought I had put the fucking batteries? I have an analog recorder, and my battery on it is about to die, and I, under no circumstance, want to just have this digitally recorded, and so I have to get another freaking recorder just in case that thing dies on me. And I'm about to use my dry herb vaporizer real quick too. But that's what that means. You should be. That's why, like I was telling you, in the Japanese culture, they would say 100 million willing that we gonna fight to the death. That's what that means. But always remember that, Black America. Your personal relationship. You get a motherfucker, you see a motherfucker that, I want things. I'll take them out. You gonna get us some money. They offering $20,000. That's on the low level. You see how they did Kanika Jenkins? They did 10 million, 3-something million for the lawyers, 6.4 million split between 3 people. Mother got 3.7 million. You see, she running around out the block butt naked. Actually, she realized she got tricked. The paperwork was fucked up. She signed the NDA, took the oath. She said they had her in a room and was locking in the stuff, and wouldn't tell her information, which I do know they'll intimidate you. They will lock your motherfucking ass up and you will be detained. So I do believe that. I know for a fact when it comes to that level of occult stuff, they will detain your motherfucking ass to try to get you to sign papers. You just got to keep saying no. And if you know certain things too, they will try to get you to, and sometimes they'll do dirty. They won't offer you that type of money. But you got to just keep saying no. She would have got the money anyways if she waited. She would have got it from the Most High though. She went through their system and helped them cover that shit up of what they did to her baby. I'm not demonizing her. I think that God is that's between her and God and the Most High. And she running around the street butt naked talking about the Jesus and all this stuff. That shit ain't no joke. Because she was about to tell the truth about what it is. And so they tagged that ass with that sonar wave beam, psychotronic radionics on that ass, that's Goetia demons on that ass, to get her to shut up. That shit real too. Use that ritual on motherfucker that if you know too much, you don't even have to be a part of their system. They'll still try it on your ass. They tried that shit on me. And I wasn't walking down the street butt naked. See, I had enough sense. See, I was fighting. I knew I was fighting demons though. I knew I was fighting the Goetia, and I knew I was fighting sonar wave beams. And I knew instantly it was an intelligence agency, right? In 2022. But guess what? I was laughing I'm not laughing at Kanika Jenkins' mom, walking on the street butt naked. I was laughing at my own situation though when I read about it. Because I said, my motherfucking ass, at least I remember to get my motherfucking dress. And I ain't had no shoes on. And I ain't gonna hold you. My hair was looking crazy. It's shit. Hair is but I remember because it's like it's literally you under like spiritual tack of the light you had never seen. I hated that. I wouldn't wish that on nobody. I wouldn't do that ritual on nobody. It come from Ovia, so it's a very dark occult ritual. Um it's designed to take you out. You good luck if you survive that one. And that's like heavy shit. And not everybody know that ritual. No, no, no. That ain't no, you gonna get some freezer jar can no, and you gonna get a free, what they call it, the freezer jar. That ain't no, we gonna put some black magic on it with it. We gonna put something in her food, spit in, put the blood in the food, and have her and do some witchcraft over it. And put what they do to get a spider. No, that ain't nothing. That shit is on a whole nother level. Like that's stuff that even just the demon kingdom they'll tag your ass. That's like that's some that ritual is not every human. I don't even think humans know how to properly do that ritual. When that's done on your ass, that's coming from literally an interdimensional being, a dark one. I won't say a dark one because that's not the right word. A bad one, okay. And they ready to take your ass out, okay. But if it don't work, that means God has, on some level, there's some light there. If you don't got no light and you sold out to that system, you're done. But if that didn't work on you, then you got time, to get it right. But it was funny. I was laughing because I said I remember I was butt ass naked when that ritual activated on my ass, and I remember walking. You got to go outside. You go walk out because it's designed to. If you're outside butt naked, that's what indecency. They already have set up where somebody can call it in and bring you in and label you under their detention. You're gonna be labeled crazy, or you're gonna be labeled, you had a breakdown, and that's when they give you the medicine, they dope you up, and they watch you, they monitor you, checking on you every 15 minutes because something activated. If you survive that, they kind of know that something in your epigenetics is protecting you a little bit too much, and that means you kind of dangerous because I mean God is at that point the Most High had stepped in on some level, or you were strong enough to fight it. And I remember as I was literally by that door, butt ass naked and I said, let me go get the motherfucking dress. I started cracking up. I said, they did Kanika Jenkins' mom dirty. Cause I said, at least I said I had enough will, enough light to go take that ass and put a dress on. It was a clean one. Now I'm walking down the street, talking about Jesus, hell. It ain't funny though, because that shit is deep. It's not even about a religion thing. This shit is just deep. But this stuff is so wicked as far as them spirits and that whatever that ritual is so wicked. That's the only thing you could think of. Shit, you remember something on some level. You remember God, you're gonna remember some of your ancestors, you're gonna remember whoever it is you call on that is of a higher frequency, you're gonna be calling on anything. Okay. And in the Christian, Negro culture, a lot of Negroes grow up in the church or whatever. So they probably is gonna say Jesus or whatever. Or Yeshua. They gonna ask something. See, my ass, I went bang on that ass. I had got the big dogs out. I said, I'll be bringing out Yeshua, we bringing out all 7 archangels, Michael, all 7 archangels, all 9 choir angels. We bring a Tahuti on that ass, and Anubis on that ass. Some that's known and unknown. We bringing up, man, I'll crack your motherfucking ass off. I went crazy then. I had no choice. I knew it was coming from that false monarchy, that strawman monarchy. I was illegally detained. These motherfuckers illegally detained me. I said, oh, Most High, go get that ass. Queen Elizabeth died within a couple of days of me being there. Like I knew that it was about to go down. They was going they when Grady wouldn't let me out, go look at the newspapers. Why do you think they deleted my X account? All this evidence was on X. They was gonna shut Grady down in 2022 of September. Go look it up. That August, that I was still detained but I wasn't at Grady. I was in another place, but I knew that said Grady gonna get shut down. I said, and somebody from that monarchy in Britain is gonna die. I already knew. I said, y'all don't fucked up. And it wasn't like me as Jenny, because I was very ignorant and I didn't know nothing and shit like that to know what was going on. But I'm saying my soul, the higher self, the oversoul. You know how everybody gets about the oversoul? And what's that show? Damn, what's that show? Oh, my nephew did. Come on, what's that show? He's talking about the oversoul, Shaman King. The oversoul, that knows certain shit, that kicked in, that activated. And the oversoul, I knew. I said, because we know Kanika Jenkins situation happened in 2017. Wasn't the monarchy involved with that, with the Crown Royal Hotel and all that stuff? Something in me knew that it was still tied to some bullshit that had to do with that monarchy. And I knew Queen Elizabeth she died as I was detained in 2022. Go look it up. Go look. Even the records of the dates of my detainment is public information. Look at when she had died, and I had knew. I said it's about to go down because I knew I was detained and it was a cult behind it. It wasn't like I knew it was some dark ass shit that was trying to take me out. So that's why I said look, I just need help. I had to fight that shit on my own, and I had to go high up to get the help that I needed. And I thank God that at least I was intelligent enough to get a motherfucking dress and put on, not even intelligent, but sane enough still to go and put a motherfucking dress. Now I'm out barefoot ass naked, hair looking crazy. And I saw them trips of that secret society I was watching, in them cars. I went out there butt ass naked, which I was about to. I'm saying I'm like 5 seconds away from going out butt ass naked and putting motherfucking clothes on. Um, I was sane enough, but they was out there waiting too. And I, they was watching, and it was crazy because I actually saw. That's when I found out that teleportation is real. A certain ancestors would teleport, and they was directing me. Um, I ain't trying to put nobody's shit out. I'm not, because I went immediately to a tree to go rest, and I think I would have trained. I was ready to transit. I was ready to get out and go fight spiritually. It wasn't my time yet, but I just thought, okay, release the crack. I just thought, okay, God, I'm ready to go. I'm gonna go in this tree, transition. My soul gonna jump out. I'm ready to let's go to war. Not with God. I'm just saying, like in my head, I just knew this is spiritual warfare. I'm ready to jump out my motherfucking body and my oversoul act, and I'm gonna beat that ass. That's what I was ready to do. So I went by a tree. A random tree. I literally walked around. It wasn't like the tree in my backyard. It was like literally a random neighbor's tree. Just random. I didn't even know the neighbor. It was just I literally walked around the block, around the corner, and went somebody's tree. Now I knew ancestrally for some reason that whole area I just was drawn to. I found out, obviously, my folks, some of my folks were born in Georgia, and black woman came out. And, she get off my property, that type of deal. And I was literally going to purely pass. I was literally ready to transition on that tree, and I said I was going to go into a deep meditation. That's like when that happened in 2023. I had to meditate for 8 hours straight just to recalibrate my energy. Um, but she came out. But guess what? I saw another. What made me leave is I wasn't going to leave. I'm not gonna put nobody out there, so nobody got to worry. I saw a black man relative of mine that was living teleport. I knew the outfit that he had on and everything. Literally teleport and direct me back to the house to calm me down to literally at least get saying you ain't got no shoes on your feet. Um, they about to call the po-po on your ass. I'm gonna have to get your ass back because you want somebody else's property, baby girl. You on they property laying on a tree, my nigga. Like, and so that's when I discovered that teleportation was real. And no lie, I got up, I said, okay. Um, and I thank God for that. And I walked right back around the corner, got back in that. They said, you don't left the motherfucking door. I heard them saying, you don't left the damn door open. You ain't even lock it, dude. Like you bugging, like, you walking out, it's glass out here, it's all types of shit. And I actually did get like a something fungal had affected my foot too, because I was walking out all around a block and stuff with no motherfucking shoes on. And so, it was like I remember that same black male relative, so, directed me, because I have a very powerful, for whatever reason, on there's a group of patriarchs that are passed on, their ancestors, though, like, kind of, but this one was actually living, but it's a group of them that are, it's hard to explain that science. It is extremely hard. The hidden nature of Hebrew science is too complex, to explain. But anyways, they, we got to get this hair right. It was clear as day a male. You look at your hair. These people come knocking or whatever. And then, unfortunately, they did another motherfucking ritual on my ass, and that one was hard to fight off. Um, that was the first one. I guess they realized it failed, and that's when I saw the circle, something what they were doing when they were in a circle. Somebody was doing something ceremonial at that level, in a circle on that ass. Later on in the night, now 3 motherfucking a.m. Okay, and I saw that, and that one, that was the one that that was the one, because they had to use Negroes for that. They had to use very powerful black occultists on that ass. At that level, I saw them too, and also they scared the Christians. They told the Christians they opened up a can of whoop ass, and that one was the one that almost took me out. And the Most High, it was in their hands. That was in God's hand. They ain't know, because at the beginning when they hit me with that shit, I did bring out. I had got. I had to do the rope a dope. I said Anubis, Tahuti, to I had to get on Google motherfucking ass. I just was throwing anything at their ass. But when they hit me with that ceremony, whatever that was, there was no entity on this planet that could have stepped in but the Most High. None. None whatsoever. None. And it was in their hands. And I still survived it. And got my sanity back, all that. So I thank God for that every day. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Or the Most High, wherever people say, because I know y'all say, you're not supposed to say God, whatever. Frequencies matter. The intentions of the words matter, not so the intentions and the definitions of the word matter, but also the frequency. And since Negroes interchangeably use Most High and God, the frequency of that has changed over the years, regardless of its original definition. Yep. But you do what you do, and that was really, really difficult to fight off, because not even your ancestors. Look, that's it. God got stepping on that one. That's it. That's it. Even when I was able to see and teleport, my ancestor teleport, and that living black my relative teleport and try to help me out. That wasn't nothing. Because he actually, he was scared. At the later ritual that was like 3, I heard him clear. I'm scared to death. I'm scared. They're gonna come after. I'm scared. And they went after him too, and detained him too. And he said, "I'm under siege. I'm under siege by the government." This shit was no joke. You think this shit is a game, man? It's sad that people would say that, but people know they just took an oath to the devil, so they thinking that they is that's they side they on. It's not like they don't know what I'm talking about. They all know. Notice they all silent and all this shit. They know. They just, what can they do? You know. But that's why when ancestors help, what my agreement is, it's usually in dreams and stuff like that. Um, and they can help. I'm just not supposed to know about it. I'm just not supposed to see them. That was also my agreement. I'm not supposed to see them. That's why I never wanted that gift. When I literally saw when they was doling out the stuff in the spiritual room before we got down here, I don't want that. And I actually said it. I said, God, I don't want to be seeing spirits and demons and ghosts. I don't want that gift. And so I said, okay, whatever. Um, and then I did develop enough maturity in this lifetime to be able to see certain things, but it I still don't necessarily want that gift. What's interesting is that I could see a lot of the ancestors, a lot of working. You could see that, and that's hard to explain. That's really hard to explain, because, to be honest, I feel like, and I was trying to talk to them about this in the dreams. I feel like they baby me too much. Like, I feel like I'm so underdeveloped in adulting. Um, and I realize, I know for 100% fact is because of them seeing me literally like a child still, and that could be annoying. I'll give you a scenario. In Walmart, Walmart is protected by that business. Whoever created it or whoever does rituals to keep that as a powerful corporation, they got a lot of occult magic inside of Walmart stores. I don't care what nobody say. I don't care how crazy I sound right now. When I was going through the bullshit in 2023 with the quantum entanglement and kind of seeing spiritual attack again with a certain person, I kept going into Walmart to get things on the fly as I was fleeing Buffalo into Tennessee and all this stuff. Um, and I kept going into Walmart, but the thing is, whatever it was, I could feel my ancestors protecting me when we were at Walmart, right? And at that point, I didn't have to look at the aisles or anything to know what was what. This is very hard to explain, and y'all don't have to believe me. I don't care. But anytime I would say, I need this, I need that, it's like the aisles was magically changing, energetically changing, and whatever the item was that I needed, it will be right there. I didn't have to walk far for any items. And so I actually seen where I'm like, they don't have the product that I'm looking for. They didn't have, like, I remember that was in Buffalo. I literally saw like every product that it was a product that wasn't even in that store, that they never sell in that store. And I was looking for it though, because I actually don't really shop at Walmart like that. Um, and I saw it appear right before my eyes. I literally saw. I was like, "What the kind of psychotronic shit is this?" That's like heavy psychotronics. I'm saying Walmart affected by Hebrew science. It's something in the Hebrew is heavily Kabbalic magic behind Walmart. Somebody else can go and I actually heard other people scared to talk about this stuff, but I'm not the only person that know about this. I'm not. So I'm walking around Walmart. That's when I said, oh shit, this is like somebody able to use Kabbalah magic in Walmart. What the fuck is this going on? What the hell? So I'm walking around and I kept saying, I felt my ancestors on me. And so every time I would go and say, I need a purse. This is how I know that they was thinking, like, I felt them panicking for one and trying to calm me down and panicking. But every time I would say something, it would instantly pop up, right? Appear in Walmart. But it was for a fucking kid. And I had to keep telling them, like, I'm 30, I'm 32, I think I was 31. I said, I'm 31 years old. What are we doing? But every time I knew, because for one, when your oversoul know things that you as in your flesh don't know. So at that time, my oversoul had once again kicked in 2023. It morphed. I was not, you know, I was clearly, it was my oversoul. So I knew that if I would say something, it would magically appear, and I knew that my ancestors would get it for me. But we were walking in the aisles, and I was like, I don't feel like walking on the ground, so we just need to switch the aisles around. And they were down with it. The only thing is that they kept giving kid. I remember I said, I need underwears. The underwears was for a 5-year-old. The underwears was literally, I would look and see underwears, and it would be for a kid. And then I remember I said, I need a purse. I go and I see a purse for a kid, like one of the purses for a 3-year-old. And then I said, it would be anything. I remember I wanted some earrings. I did want some, I want some ear. I said, I need some earrings. It's earrings for a 3-year-old. And so I kept saying, I'm like, and I kept seeing his ancestor me. And I'm like, I'm not, I don't know what, I'm like, that's when it was revealed to me that they kept seeing me as a child. Like, and I had to literally, I'm like, it was like, I don't know how it was kind of like trying to shift. The best way to put it, I don't know how to explain it. It was just like, because I'm not disrespectful. It wasn't like I was checking them or hollering or anything. I just remember saying like, I'm 31 years old. Because it happened. It was with every little thing. Even I wanted some flats, flats. The flats appeared, but it was for a kid. It's flats for a 4-year-old. And I kept hearing him say, "Oh, sorry, sorry." Like, and so we did it again. I said, I'm gonna start over. I need a purse. And then another ancestor came and gave me, it was giving me a nice purse, the oversized purses, a little fashionable. I need some flats. Boom. Perfect flats for me, set size and all. It's something I would wear. I need some underwear. The size of the under, it was like it was perfect. Like it was perfect. That had never happened before. Like, and I'm telling you, it wasn't like I was going to all these aisles and looking up at the signs, and the aisles was just fucking changing. Yeah, I can say, oh, that's crazy. Look, I done seen some shit. It's my first time ever talking about this shit. I heard somebody else talking about. I'm not the only person that know about this, and they was scared to talk about it because how do you explain that without sounding nutty, right? Um, Well, people know, especially, and I even heard, a black dude say he's like, I already know when you go to the damn gas station and there'll be nobody there, and you looked at the store, you saw nobody in the store, but then all of a sudden you open the door and because and so, he said, and then all of a sudden 50 motherfuckers just appear in the store and all rush to the line at once, so you wait late for work. That shit is real. Like, I've seen that shit happen too. I've seen that shit too. And see, with me, I asked my ancestors, don't nobody better make sure nobody get into this line. Okay. I'm not doing because I saw how they was doing that, at the airport and all this shit. The airport also got heavy occult magic inside it. And I saw that shit at the airport. I said, oh no, I'm not playing that. I'm not playing that game. I'm not. But for those that's in the know, that shit is real as a motherfucker. But I'm sitting there like, why am I being treated like a kid? Like it was so crazy. And even I had a dream, and I'm hearing them. I heard all the black male ancestors of mine discussing like, why are we babying this girl so much? Like she don't do nothing on her own now. Like she too codependent on one of the angels that helped me out that since it's a male, they don't see anything wrong with it, but it was another male ancestor trying to tell him he's too dependent on that spirit to do everything and it's kind of ridiculous. And like that, and it was another group of male ancestors, they just was laughing because they don't see anything wrong with it, because in that southern culture, particularly like even with some of my it's not even ancestors or one of my grandmas, like staying in the house all day or like being in the house all day on a farm, like that's not a big deal in a lot of Black American culture. Like in the southern old school culture, like someone just being like that's not in a house, like a woman and particularly that could be very oppressive to women, but that's not a big deal to certain men. That is a big deal now. But I'm saying back then, as far as older ancestors, that's Southern or that's a part of certain even priesthood or that still go by Queen Mother stuff, that they don't care about that shit. They would never see that as an issue. But there was another group of male ancestors that's like, dude, don't do that. Like, don't they're trying to explain to them like, and I heard them laughing because they know they mentally they don't think I'm mentally lazy. They don't think that my mind works so fast and my mind is always working. Like they don't think that, but physically they think like she's physically lazy because y'all do everything. I remember when I didn't know how to put the washer together, the washing machine together. Like it's just certain things. Um my I had a situation with my toilet where it was doing this whoosh sound. And like there's something inside of the the faucet in the back of the toilet, whatever it is, on the inside, the mechanism behind it. It was doing this rush sound, like with extra water. It wasn't dispelling water properly or something like that. And so we had the handyman come out and fix it, but it went back to doing that again. It started doing that again. So I said, well, you know, I'll wait. I didn't know, I didn't know how much it would cost extra on the bill because whatever that was, the septic water, the septic tank, it does cost more when you leave it. It wasn't leaking. It was just not storing water properly in the back of the tank. And so I said, well, I'll just put it in. I'll wait. I don't feel like he just came out here, whatever. And I personally, I don't like a lot of people in my house and stuff. So I said, well, I'll wait till next month and put another request in. So I didn't think it would cost, or I didn't think I would. I'm like, maybe it's going to be $5 extra for whatever that is running like that. But come to find out, it was like it was so many gallons because your toilet it absorbs, most of your bill. It's the majority of your bill, and it went from uh fit 1,000 gallon to 2,000 gallons in 1 month, and I knew it was because of that thing going in the toilet, not storing that water properly. It was just like wasting water. It's like flushing the toilet damn near over and over again. And so I said, damn. I said, that's like, and it was how we knew it was the septic, because they tell you what the water set for your septic was. And so that was like quadruple just in 1 month. So I said, oh, I got to get that fixed. I got to get that fixed. So um, I went to bed and I had a dream. Like, I knew it was a male. I mean, nobody was physically in here because I have alarms and stuff like you open the door, the alarm going off, right? And so I went to sleep, and I felt like a ancestor male presence in that bathroom fixing that day. I already knew in my dream that it would be fixed by the morning. I never had, and sure enough, I woke up, that it was gone completely. I haven't heard it since, and it went back. And I literally have not heard that noise since. And I knew it was and I don't know if they teleported. I don't know what. I can't tell you. I can't explain it. I just know I saw it in my mind's eye as I was sleeping. I didn't get up or go check or go look to see who. I knew it was nobody in there physically. I knew it was spiritually, and I knew they was gonna fix that motherfucking toilet, whatever it was. They did it. They fixed it. Well, I don't know how they fixed it. That sound was gone. Never. I mean, how could it go for a whole month? Yeah, the maintenance guy came, but it still was doing that for a whole 30 days extra after that. I say I need to get that fixed. It has to be fixed. I go to sleep. I I had a dream. I'm seeing some black male ancestor in the bathroom that's already passed on, fixing the damn sink, fixing whatever that was back there wrong with. And ever had that sound again? Ever, ever, ever? And so that's what we talking about. And again, it's interesting because the newer ancestors that's more recently transitioned, they the ones that feel like the older ones are baby. They like, she physically lazy because y'all baby her too much. Y'all done did everything, and they do a lot of the ancient Hebrew science of 125D is that more of that angelic. That's kind of forbidden for humans to know, but they know how to do certain. It's so hard to explain it. I remember I talked about in the Little Nas X video. I talked about how a part of that science of the universe is mental is like it's like driving. You control over you know these beings, so to speak. Or they're in control of you. If you sign over your will, you sign a contract, but technically it's supposed to be the other way around. And so it's kind of like that. You talk about driving consciousness, but it's not mind control. It's not the same thing. It's not satanic and all that stuff. It's not that. That's like Yeshua was saying, in my father's house there are many mansions. That's a code for that. And I'm gonna leave it at that. um that's the same stuff that Judahite Air would know. um and so when that stuff was be happening, I remember one of them was I was laughing so like physically lazy, dude. Again, some of them think it's funny, some of them do not think it's funny at all. They think it's very problematic because they feel like she's she's not adulting. She didn't even know how to uh she don't know how to drive, uh don't know how to um was it get I didn't even know how to put turn electricity on. Like, I didn't even know how to how to you had to go put electricity in your name and stuff. You got to go get a water bill in your name. I didn't know how to do that to 32 years old. I literally didn't know how to what was the process. Didn't know what was the process for even going to look for a house. Didn't know what was the process I didn't even know what a lease and all, none of that. Like, that's how baby. And even with them coming out with Uber and all that stuff, and even like even people around me was doing my laundry. Like Black Americans around me, the landlords stuff, they would do my laundry for me. I didn't even know how to properly wash clothes. Like it's kind of like it got a little bit ridiculous, you know. Then, you know, DoorDash and all that shit come out, Instacart, they bring you, you know, all that stuff. And so that's kind of like problematic when you don't when there's just that convenience like that, you know. Um, and in some ways, I felt because I remember, okay, you don't have. I remember I was as soon as I was complaining, no lie, I don't care what nobody say, and I don't think it was about me. I'm not making myself the center of nothing. As soon as I was complaining about the inconvenience of having to call a taxi and not knowing how to drive and not having a car, that same week, Lyft and Uber came out. Lyft came out. 'Cause I think Lyft came out before Uber, right? I don't know which one of them came out literally that same week. Just like I was complaining because I had bad credit 10 years ago. And so like I wasn't able to get like an apartment or anything. Well, it wasn't 10 years, it was longer than 10 years ago. Yep, it was longer, way longer than 10 years ago. But um at that time I had fucked up credit where I wouldn't get no apartment or nothing. Um and I remember I needed housing. Boom, Airbnb comes out and with long-term rental. Like Airbnb came out, literally, they came out, and then there were people that were subletting long-term on there. So I never had to go, you know, go actually search for no apartment. I would just go and then in some of my Airbnbs I'll stay for a year, 2 years, or whatever, and just pay my rent to them. Like that through the app, like literally just, you know, and that was so long ago, but I'm saying like it would the convenience, like whatever it was, like if I would just say, I don't have a car, I don't know how to drive, and I don't, there's no, that literally Lyft came out that same week. And then somebody came to me and said, we giving you free, they got free 25 free rides for Lyft. Here, download this onto your phone, a Black American. That was like an angel down there. Literally walk up to me. That same week I'm complaining that I don't have a car, I don't know how to drive, I don't know how to do, I don't know how to get around, I can't get around because I was tired of getting on the bus. I was tired of getting on the bus. And somebody come and say, here's 25 rides, free rides for Lyft. I said, what the fuck is you talking about? And they told me about the app. They showed me how to download it, how to put it in. And they gave me the coupon thing. I had 25 free rides. Then they had another special and they was giving niggas 50 rides. If you was in college, they had a code for that. Let's be real. Remember when if you was in college, they would give you 50. Let's be real. UB had the hookup. And they was helping us out. They 50 because we went Buff State. I think we had 25 rides. It gave 50. I was able to get them. I was living it up. I was going to the mall because it was up to $25. And so you got to figure that $25 ride wherever you're going, that's where that's I mean, you could pretty much travel. Buffalo is small. You could travel any motherfucking where for $25. You go into the mall, you going wherever you want to go. You damn near go to Niagara Falls. And back in those days. I'm pretty sure it's more expensive now, but that's what it was. And so I mean, but I look back on that, we was talking about, and I saw them, and they was like, she don't even realize that was us behind it the whole time. Like that's what the ancestors, that's what a lot of them angelic spirits on the other side, they was like, this shit, yeah, obviously, you know, they got a CEO and a company. We ain't talking about that level. We talking about just the fact that it popped up that same week like that. Just the like when I was literally didn't even have a place to motherfucking stay. And then boom, Airbnb comes out, and then a random landlord is like, random host is like, yeah, you can stay here as long as you want. And have what I need and offer to do my laundry. And so they was like, recently they was trying to tell me like, dude, that was us the whole time, like making sure you had whatever you needed because you fucked up your credit you and I was young, like 18 years. Like we was looking out then, dude. you know. Um, but that was hilarious. But like I said, there's a group of them that say y'all babying her ass too much. She don't know how to do shit on her own. Don't even know how to drive properly. Don't know how to drive. Don't know how to. Then I remember when I was having issues, and then the Instacart came out. And Instacart, I ain't gonna hold you. I said, well, and that, well, about getting to the grocery store to get groceries. I was complaining about that in my head. Instacart motherfucking ass come out. And they was the good, and at that time they also had a special free delivery. Now they delivery expensive than motherfucker now, unless you get the Instacart Plus. But then I'm telling you, that same week I was doing all that complaining. Instacart come out. And I think it was another Black American that gave me the info for that. Like, you download this on your phone. They got a special free deliveries. I said, what? So you mean to tell me? No, you gotta be motherfucking kidding me. And I remember even when DoorDash and stuff came, or Grubhub. Remember that? What I would use was it was a weird service that was real local in Buffalo that used to do food deliveries, and they were so expensive. So to get to use this sir, I'm pretty sure they completely out of business, or maybe they got bought by Grubhub. I don't know. But it was such a janky food delivery. It was like a janky version of Grubhub at the time. It was real local. And they would go to restaurants for you, but your motherfucking ass was gonna pay $20 for them to deliver it on top of whatever the food was. And they would surcharge at that shit too. It was bad. And they didn't have a bunch of restaurants on there, but they had some pretty popular ones. They had Tully's, they had some of the Indian places, Jamaican places, they had pizza and wings and all that shit. You just, and you had to call in. There was no app, there was no website. This was just really janky. And I remember I said, damn, they charge you $20 just for the deliver the shit. And so I used to use it a couple of times, not every day, but on occasions. Um, and I remember I was complaining hard as hell about that. I said, and it's janky as I said, man. And once again, boom, Grubhub come out the next week. And so, I didn't realize that pattern. So I said, well, shit, I need to complain about some more shit. And I said, I need to figure out something. I don't do that. That's just, I'm content now. But I'm saying back then, just growing up, in my 20s, I would be thinking real, they ain't got no, now they had it, then they Grubhub come out. I was so happy that motherfucker. I said, well, shit, I'll be damned. They had the app, and then DoorDash came. And so I was just thinking about that. But they was telling me, they was like, dude, we be doing all this shit for you. And to be honest, it's kind of like I said, it's a group of them that's like, she ain't been able to actually self do what she's really need to here to do. Well, on certain levels, like mentally, yes, they say mentally is not a problem, but it's like physically, because they're sitting there doing everything, and that's what they was trying to explain to them. And the other group is like, they don't budge, they just don't care. Like that group of Black male ancestors, they literally just don't care. And so they had a little argument about it. And so I thought that was interesting watching that dream note. I ain't gonna hold you. I did thought it was funny as hell. So let's keep going. And so now we have the tribal deities. Most of the sacrifices made of fowls, goats, blah blah blah. So those are tribal deities, fruit wines. I guess that's kind of like the tantamount to the lawas, because look at, they got all them aromatic gums, resins, and incense. And so again, with us dealing with the Most High, we wouldn't get into this, but obviously we did. But I'm saying this is where a lot of this is coming from. Like, we knew about these different things, these different practices. Everybody at once, blah blah blah. Okay, so that's kind of like maybe the tantamount. This was a Congo, the Pala River, Belgian Congo was closed at one sea. So they have trade spirits. So that's more of the transactional, fruits and grains and breads and herbs and flowers, and they do things for you. We say these guys will be located in the sea. That's where the marine spirits, or in a lake, in the sky, or the rain, or in the earth, the mountain, or the rock. Okay. Now this is interesting because they didn't translate this right. Whoever was English didn't translate this right. So the Temne, let's here. Now remind you, we talked earlier about primordial soup, cork soup of the divine feminine that starts emanates from melanin darkness. That actually is a precursor to darkness. Is more so entropy. Okay, so you see this. Watch, read this part. To the Timne, the masculine good is symbolized by sunshine and growing. Uh oh, I think, did I forget to put the other part in? I did. Okay, but after that, it said the divine feminine is seen as like the sludge, and so we're really, or they was like saying like something that decays. And so obviously for the Westerners, they would be like, see, the divine masculine is good, the divine feminine is bad. What they didn't translate the Timnay stuff properly. How do I know that? Is because as I was reading this, I got upset. And then the ancestors like, that's primordial soup. They didn't translate this properly. And I said, really? They say that's primordial soup. That's cork soup. What starts the Big Bang, what starts it all. And see, they knew that you emanate from the divine feminine to divine masculine and you get light, the sun. And so whoever translated, it could have been a male himself who just was like, see, we're good. And then that's where a lot of that male identified culture comes from, because they don't understand what it means. When we talk about, in the beginning was this void, something that was formless. Something that was formless is entropy. That's probability distribution. That's a precursor before even the creation of melanin. That's like dark, as they say. That's in the Bible. And so we understood that. And we call, in other cultures, they call it primordial soup, this dark cork soup. And in many cultures, they'll describe it as, we know the ingredients for primordial soup, and it is, that's kind of like, when you birth your baby, right? We gonna go deep because it's oh, oh. When a woman births a baby, what comes out? You got water, blood. They usually done peed on themselves, and they usually done did what? Shitted on themselves. And that's primordial soup. It's like birthing. It's water. It's a primordial waters, but it's like the ingredients of it is chaotic, right? That woman's giving her birth, and that's why like a lot of men wasn't allowed to be there. When a woman getting birth in melanated culture, you have your doulas, you have your midwives and whatnot, but the men would be actually extremely afraid to be. It's not that they wanted; they would be afraid. They were scared, and because at that time, melanated people frequency was so high, they could feel power. And you could read this stuff, read about it. They would say the power from whatever in the room when the baby was being born was way too much for them to handle. They would be scared, and they just knew they're not allowed to see that. They wouldn't be allowed in there. And that culture made its way to Europe. It did. Remember how they say the men would be outside and a woman would give birth and they tell the men it's a boy, it's a girl, shit like that. They would never be in the room. They got that. They learned that from melanated people. But it was like they were scared to death. And the worst thing, you'll never touch that blood. Oh my gosh, like that's like a superstition for melanated people. But obviously things have changed. But when you ask them, well, why were you so afraid? And they would say the frequency is something that is too much power. Um, at the height in this, you could feel it. That's just like how men can know when a woman is fertile or when they're on their period, not without smelling it. We're talking about the hormone change, the energy shifts. Back in those days, melanated people could feel that type of stuff. They could feel that. Like, oh shit. And in many ways, that's where, that could be a marker of attraction, to know that, okay, there's still could be some fertilization going on there. But when it came to birth, that's when they would feel like it's like they ear sonic boom. Like, how do I explain this? That's like when your ears start ringing, or it feels like there's a pressure in your ears and it hurts. You know how, like, you ever see the way a cat react? You have I remember a bat one time came in my house. A bat, fruit. It was a fruit bat. I woke up, the motherfucker bat was flapping it. You know. But you ever heard a bat, that high frequency that a bat do? And you ever see the way a cat react to that? That's how men used to react to black men used to react to a baby getting born. Real talk. Go research it. Go research it. Um, it's the frequency of that. It's like it's like a bat that go look at it, listen to a frequency of a bat. And so when you think of primordial soup, you see that she's birthing it with just water them broke. Then the baby's coming out. The womb is gonna dilate. Motherfucking blood. Motherfucking the baby is shitting. The woman is shitting. She peeing because she's pushing out so hard. The vulva is tearing. Okay, and that's the primordial soup. Birthing waters, primordial waters. As we talk about from a dark sense, and you have this dark melanated person. That's the as above, so below. That's the human version of that process of universes being created. That's very deep shit. They knew that. And it was never described as, something fluffy, like a flower. No, 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 no. And so the melanated people that will talk about that, see, when Western culture said that, they said, oh, see, the divine masculine, that's bad. I mean, the divine feminine, see, that means it's bad. And that wasn't what that was. Instantly, my ancestors, I said, oh, hell, what the hell are they teaching that for? And my ancestors said, read it again. Go reread that. What that sound like? That's primordial soup. Go reread it. And I said, you damn straight. You damn skippy. So let's keep going. It says, it is to these gods that dances are held. Okay, purity schools, the dances. Okay, so remember I was talking about how dance is very important. And so dance is expressing deepest longing. Dances are prayers in the best sense of the word. Now remember how many times dance occurs in the Bible. Same with singing. So dance, like I will dance like David danced. I will dance. Remember that song we used to sing in church. So dances are a form of prayer. You can get information from dances. You can get quantum entanglement from dances. And so um when you don't want to be the desire, like this one says, the keep it on uh, the dance are prayers in the best sense of that the word for them and express the deepest longing of the Akibalon, the desire to no longer be the sport of power, chance, and circumstance, the wish for self-expression and self-determination, and a request to the gods to assist in it, just as the Egyptian hymnists told in lofty terms the majesty of his deities. Now look at this. The Neolithic psalmists. Remember in Psalms, that's where you hear about and see a lot of the dance sang of the divine encompassing love. So the Negro celebrates his association with the powers that rule in his life. And the only way he knows the way of the dance. Now you see why Michael Jackson, all them niggas, they get all that dancing. Dancing is very spiritual to melanated people. It's the rhythmic movement of the body and limb. The man prays that his manhood may be a success. The woman that she may be fertile. So dance was also to do these type of rituals too. You're gonna get fertile, we do this dance, motherfucker get fertile. You do this dance. So this is what this was. The husband claims protection for his family. The wife craves safety for her husband, and the children demonstrate their wants and wishes. For the last are trained to understand that the spending of their little strength in such dancing helps the safety of all. So you see, dancing is very important. Now let's look at family again. Look at David dancing and how many dance. How many Negroes did you see dancing growing up in your life? How many times did you go to the house party? How many times did you dance when you got struck a luck, when you was happy that motherfuckers, how many times did you dance when your ass was motherfucking eating? Because you see the nigga, they get food taste real so good. They dancing, doing a little shuffle. They dancing. How many times did you dance when you went to a wedding? How many times did you dance when you went to a funeral? How many times did you dance? I mean, dancing is this motherfucking important. And it is culturally proper to have some form of rhythm. Now it's shocking when a black person don't have rhythm in your family. Remember, you had a family member that just couldn't catch the beat, couldn't dance. Wasn't that awkward? Wouldn't you have them dance just so y'all could laugh? I mean, I grew. I mean, I ain't gonna hold you. I remember we went to the house party, and you'll have that socially awkward Black American that don't have a lick of rhythm in them, but they want to dance. They dancing, and how many times have we encouraged that and be laughing, snickering, like, "What the fuck is you doing?" You ain't got no rhythm. But that was a rarity. It was actually a rarity. That's why they would kind of stand out the most, to be honest. If you was dancing in Black American culture and you ain't got no rhythm, oh, you stood out at the parties. Oh, you was encouraged to dance so that we can get a laugh at seeing such awkwardness. We weren't bullying them. They weren't getting picked on, but when they was doing all, you see somebody jumping up looking crazy. They don't know how they ain't got no rhythm. And that used to be funny to us. And then I guess it's the joy of it all and have it, but you would try to teach them rhythm, try to catch the beat and try to teach them the rhythm, and they still couldn't get it. They still, it's something in their brain. Like, what the hell? Like, this dude the rhythm. I remember it was, it was the lean back. I remember it was a dance, and do the H town stump and do the H town stump. I rock away. And we all the black kids, that song come out, oh, everybody getting up doing that dance. And we had one friend, I remember that uh the thunderclap. Oh, and thunder, and we saw her doing thunderclap. Imagine just like a beat, just like, and everybody just stopped and paused and looked like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, we talk about that to this day still. And she knew, because she was bragging earlier, yeah, I know all them dances. I know how to do all of that. Oh yeah, I know what y'all talking about. Oh yeah, and I was like, yeah, you know how to do that too. She said, yeah, I do it good too. Yeah, so you got to put what you said to the test. And we weren't putting it on the spot. The song came on. The song came on. All of us got up. It's time to do that dance. So we get to, because she's bragging earlier. I know how to do that. I'm good at that. I'm good for that. And we saw, for one, she never saw the video. And she did come clean. I'm like, I don't even know what y'all was talking about. But because her mom kept her sheltered. And so she watching us, but could not dance, had zero rhythm. And so I would never forget, all of us, we going at it, we getting it. And when she started, we realized she taking her time. And when she started to, mimic us, we was like, hold up. I ain't gonna hold you. We all busted out laughing, like, yo, what is you doing? And so we was trying to teach her, and she just couldn't get it. I'm like, we supposed to something do the H town stuff, do the rock away, rock. That to this day, we was like 11 years old because we was shocked. We was like, that is not the dance. That is not it, my nigga. Like, what is you doing? You told us you knew how to do. You told us, and I said, well, why you tell us that? You ain't got to lie to kick it. She's like, well, I just wanted to fit in. I didn't think we were. I didn't think we were gonna be actually having to do the dance. But anyways, dance is important. Let's look at family guardians. So it says most Akitan families are rich in protecting powers, have turned family guardians, and as were the Gnostics of Alexandria, who boasted the possessions of one for every day of the year. Images are found in multitudes of homes, grotesque in shape, proportion, and aspect, because of the marker's desire to picture a combination of the natural and the supernatural. Okay, this is the Ikenga. This is important. I want you guys to pay attention to this part. The Ikenga of Igbo families are half man, half angel, heavy of body, but winged, seated, but looking as it's resting between flights. To these images, a great and the only way he knows, the way of the dance. Okay, I think we already went through that. Okay, let's see. Half man, half angel. To the images, a great deal of attention is paid. They are oiled, intended, garland, and given food, praise with the luck of their owners, blah, 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 sacred of their household gods. Okay, this is the Ikenga. Notice one thing, once again, horns. Now look at this, because this is deep. You see Roman there? Saturn, color red. Number 3, symbol ram's horns. Planet Mars. Okay. So this is Ikenga. These are not just red. People always want to, oh, them demonic people. Oh my gosh, what was it? But notice how even in Hebrew culture, the ram comes up. The lamb and the ram horns. You see that? And then we looked at Agni, the Shanti Agni fire, Agni on rams. You see that sitting on a ram in Hindu culture, but it came from Ashanti. Then you see here we have the Ikenga, half man, half angel. I'll give you one better. Y'all remember? You ever saw the first pinnacle of the sun with supposedly Moses on it, on a Solomonic key, Solomonic magic, Solomonic pinnacle? What do we got? Actually, let's try to just look at it together. Moses, and a lot of people don't. A lot of people kind of feel the way about Moses in other dimensions. They got a right to do. I'm not here to. First pentacle of the sun, but we do know that this seal is not demonic because most um entities themselves, most even humans that take an oath to that dark side, they won't even look at this. They'll see this and just run immediately. What do you see here? Now this is supposedly supposed to be Moses on there, but what do you see? Horns, first pinnacle of the sun, Solomonic key. You see Hebrew around it. That's supposed to be again, this is stuff just for the kings and the nobility class, and the angels. Humans were not supposed to get their hands on this stuff. And then since so many people was into the dark arts, this stuff wasn't working for them anymore because those angels wouldn't work for them. And so they were quite shocked that there's a bloodline that this stuff still works for, but we're not gonna get into that. Um, you see them horns right there. Okay. Um, Now let's go back to the Ikenga. So you look at the ram's horns, Saturn. You see this? And so they may not have been, some of this information. They have other things too. They may not be a 12 tribes. Maybe they are. I'm not here to argue about that because this Igbo actually, some of them are tribal Levi. They did take some of them over there from over there and bring them over here too because some of them are of those tribes. Now, did that mean they was following all of the doing what they're supposed to be? No, I'm not saying all that, but I'm saying it's right in front of you because they said no graven images, but they weren't listening to all of that. A lot of the Africans, a lot of the Igbo, with the exception of the Levitical order over there, they just they did their own thing, but you could see it. And a lot of the angels are thought to have horns. So let's keep looking. Now you read Psalms 50, okay? And so we have obviously we talked about the messenger guys, we talked about the angels, we talked about Agni, we talked about the ram horns, we talked about in Psalms 50 how God didn't want blood sacrifice because God already knows the creator source of all, the most high already knows that they created the animal, so it all is theirs. They wouldn't need blood. But now I want to talk about this section right here to prove some of that intersection between the Moors. I'm going into how we said Western culture is Black nobility, Moorish culture of more Hebrew leanings, with the exception of Spain, it has more Islamic leanings. I'm talking about more in Ireland, Britain, Portugal. Portugal also has more Islamic influence versus Jacobian. So let's keep going, which finds in the manner of the Star Chamber of the Inquisition. Now look at this part. This is relating to another class of spirits, just regular spirits, but let's keep going. Which flies in place after the manner of the Star Chamber or the Inquisition, a trading department, a sporting department. They were actually talking about quite a bit of other stuff. Damn, I hate that did I get that? Was I able to get that? Damn, I hate that I didn't put like I kind of mm, okay, so I guess why did I must have forgot to. Oh, I must have thought I must have put the wrong page. But this had they had this mentioned the fire department and it mentioned the police department too. And the page before that. I swear it did. Somebody can grab the book themselves and confirm that. It mentioned something like I want to say it was a fire department and then like even a medicine department. Because again, and this is what Sonra was saying when he said melanated people had come up with a highly advanced governance structures, even these quote unquote primitive tribes that you think they brought that over and scaled it in Europe but this is what it says: the man of the Star Chamber or the Inquisition, a trading department, a sporting department, a Freemasonry section so secret that even the master knows not all of its ceremony. In fact, a department or party or section for every purpose which lies within the compass of native thought. Also, Red Cross. They mentioned Red Cross in his book. That also came from that particular tribe, and that's where the Moors came from before they went into Tanis. This is an old primitive tribe, but they still got the stuff over there. They live in the huts and stuff, but they still come with these departments. They just scaled it as far as the black nobility. And ordeals, these are deities to whom prayers offered by the victims. There's a belief that faithfulness to them ensures a critical times. According to the Shanti, the companion. Oh, so this is about companion spirits. So a lot of Moors were using to come up with governance structure. They were using companion spirits. Yeah. Beyond a few miles from the Buddhism. Okay, this stuff found its way in Buddhism too. Unknown that he be a few miles from his village, yet he believes in an important person. Also, this is where they talk about hmm. Oh no, it didn't make a way into Buddhism. Buddhism doesn't have many converts because of the way melanated people over there view themselves in terms of having a personality and having personal gods that would do things for them. That's kind of like how people think the answers to do things for them. How I was talking earlier about how some of the intricacies at the higher levels of the Hebrew science. Again, this is an Igbo culture or the Ashanti culture. Some of them do have some of that. They are aware of that same science. Um, let's see, and that's different from Buddhism, rather. Let's see. I don't think I didn't want to really talk about this part because I don't believe in sacrifices, but this is just, I guess, another part of the book. Now let's see. Mm, let's go here. Mm-mm-mm. Okay, so they have other deities that trying to think. Sacred beings, like style that can be consumed by the personal touch. Okay, so I must have put this chapter in for the sprites. Now I wonder if this was spirits, but it says sprites. It says so the sprites most often furnish characters and themes for the folklore stories. They may also be mischief makers, but they are jocular and irresponsible in its accomplishment. They inflict petty annoyances, upsetting boiling pots, putting off the garments, blah blah blah, stealthily squeeze. So you have the sprites. And here's the thing, the sprites are human as well as divine. They know how to irritate men and they know how to please men because of a bit of humanity in them. No attempt is made to explain how and why they gained or were given this dual nature. It is believed, excuse me, as it is amongst the Japanese, that they are more good sprites than bad. The fairies are wholly for the benefit of mankind. Those known to the lobby of the Upper Volta, that's Burkina Faso, Sugatimbo, Lambo, Sangre, Dacone, and their companions pursue robbers. They frighten talebearers and they punish slanderers. Images are made of them. What? So those are the fairies. Yep. So you have fairies, and these are the children. Extravagant, vanish, beneficiaries, so clever. Oh, and so this idea of the fairies, as you can see, it's made its way in the British Empire. It says and it had become familiar to many in England during the British Empire exhibition at Wembley. Special friends, tiny oatmen with extravagant ears, so usually elf ears. Sprightly ladies dressed in blossoms who make homes out of the fungus flip over their countryside like butterflies. Okay, so those are fairies. Okay, and so then we're going to talk about after death spirits. And so the continuity of spirit called life, or what is better known as the immortality of the soul of man, is strongly held in a tenet in the religion of the melanated. A Kiblan. Death may bewilder and perplex him for a moment, but it cannot destroy this fundamental of his faith. It is unthinkable to think to him that his father or his mother The headman's or his village or the chief of the tribe can be here within today and then tomorrow have abruptly vanished forever. The one who has exercised an important influence upon him, whatever the nature of that influence, will go on exercising it, must go on exercising no matter what the difference death makes in the medium of the influence. To think otherwise would be treacherous to the dead. Okay, so influence is another word for personality. And so, they understand that you have an ego or a conception of I or an individual. Um, and so there's this belief, an extreme belief that when you die, there is an afterlife. You're going to continue on, and as far as your consciousness, you're going to be aware that it's your consciousness, unless you go into a wormhole where God decides, or the Most High decides to just take a planet out or some shit like that. And then everybody just gets recycled back to love, back with the Creator universe. But a lot of these beings believe that you'll die and you will traverse into a greater awareness of self, but also keep being a individual. And so, but the interesting thing is, because I don't care what your beliefs are around it, is that in melanated culture, it is among all melanated people, it is highly, highly probable of a belief that once you die, you'll pass on. I think I met one group of people that believe that once you're dead, that's it. That's finished. There's no consciousness there. There's no afterlife. There's nothing. That's just it. And so that's a very foreign belief to a lot of melanated folk. Um, Even as I was a kid, I just knew naturally that when you die, you're going to go on. I never had to even be taught that. I never had to be taught that. I just knew it instantly that once you die, there's going to be your spirit's going to come out and you're going to do whatever. Now, what is that? I don't know. People have different religious beliefs. You're going to go with Allah. You're going to go with Yeshua. You're going to go and be in Buddha land. Got millions of Buddha lands around here. I really don't care, but it is a known thing that you're going to live on. And so that's why, even in Commission culture, they have elaborate funerary rites to see them in the afterlife. You have simple. We're actually going to cover some different funerary rites. I'm going to redo Black Americans funerary rites. I'm going to give. I'm not redoing it. I'm just bringing it back to what we used to do culturally, and redoing the masonry around funerary rites. And so, give me a couple of weeks to get into that. The Most High asked me to cover that and to tell them they ain't got to do it. They got to follow shit I say. But as far as some of the ways we do funerals is not, it's not compatible with the productive value of the way we view this planet in the afterlife. Something is glitching. And I got down to the bottom of it. I got down to the bottom of it because the way we practice funerary rites is the remnants, believe it or not, of Kemet. But Kemet was a culture that was material that prepared for death. But these people are material and they prepare for more material, or they don't care for death. And so it's messing up the masonry. And then the way this third dimension is set up, the way the masonry around coffins and all that, and 6 feet and all, there's something, it's throwing it off. And we typically don't have that belief. And so I was able to study some of our funerary rites, based on, like, obviously you have the American indigenous funeral rites, but you also have Hebrew funerary rites. We're going to talk about some Islamic funerary rites, and then we're going to talk about Dravidians as funerary rites. We're going to cover all of them. What I did was I looked at the similarities between all of them, and then I'm like, okay, and I consulted with God in terms of, or the Most High in terms of, well, what should the Negro in America, how should we be doing that? And so I was able to get some answers, and you got to talk about that. It's very simple, and actually, uh, the funerary rites today is about money and business, and so that's another reason why God is asked us to redo our conceptions of that, because this is not what they're doing. They took the sacrilege, they took the sacredness out of it. Um, Being an undertaker was a powerful, that was a powerful job. Being an undertaker, being someone that deals with, because you're dealing with the Nubis energy. And so that was a big deal. And so now it's about, it's just the money, having a mortuary service, that was supposed to be sacred work. And now, it's not anymore. People would do that work and take it very serious and have respect. And so, we kind of move far away from that. And I'm not saying just Black people. We know Western culture. I don't want to say Western, but we know they do that. We not them. And that's why God is on you. Like I said, that's why the Most High be on our ass is a lot harder, because it's like the standard is a higher expectation. You not them. You the parent. What the fuck is you doing always every time we bring something to your attention? Your first thing, well, white people do this, they doing that, why they don't get in trouble. They under a whole nother frequency and energy than you. And so you're not going to get away with doing their same shit that they do. You're just not. Why you think the crackdown on the industry, a lot of the black artists, they were Judahite heirs, a lot of them, not all of them, but they didn't get the set. You see the white folks, that's kind of, they under a different covenant, they under a different order. They under a whole nother, and when you go and join that, it's like, okay, now we about to smack your asses up too. Like, no, they supposed to either be following you or you follow your own thing, but you don't follow them. Because right now they off the rails with they bullshit. They follow, they stalk and copy us. So what the fuck is you doing having them steal your shit, then regurgitate it back to you all janky and fucked up, and you acting like it's supreme? Y'all got a white motherfucker, you know, all types of shit. Y'all getting y'all asses slapped up for that. It ain't about being racist or being right. None of that. This is just about history, and this is about self-determination. So y'all can get mad at me all you want. I don't have to do nothing else. But I already know y'all gonna get in trouble. It ain't about no religion, it ain't about none of that. It ain't about no curse or none of that. It's just common fucking sense. You're not gonna get away with what everybody else do. So you can forget it. You're supposed to be a leader of yourself, nations, empire, global leaders, damn near spiritual leaders, interdimensional leaders. That don't mean take care of everybody. It don't mean let everybody abuse you and do all the work for everybody. They not serving you. They're not helping you. They disrespecting you. Fuck them. Of course. But just activate that epigenetic science within yourself and know how you're supposed to be doing as a community too. If, you know, it ain't about, because they're going to copy us anyway. They're going to copy every little thing we do when we get our shit together, but we got to get our shit together just for ourselves, if nothing else, and on our own individual self. But then you'll block your community, then your city, then and then and hopefully as a nation. But you ain't about to sit and mimic them and talk about. And I was getting straightened out too, because a lot of us, you know, like I said, Western culture is not white culture. A lot of it is the black nobility, but you got to figure they ain't perfect. They ain't do everything right. So you have to still check yourself before you just go follow something, because some of it does feel familiar. Some of it does feel familiar. And you read this book, you see all them rituals, that shit, they got that shit out of there. Come on, man. It ain't nothing new. But just because you may see some of the similarities in it, don't mean that they practicing it right, and don't mean it should be continued to be practiced, or mean you should be following them to go learn it back from them. And they don't fucked it all up. That's why I'm like, why is black people sitting there talking about some Aleister Crowley? That ain't nothing but the lama. That shit come from Kemet. And I'm like, why is y'all sitting over there listening to that shit like you learning something? Why is y'all sitting there listening to Dianetics by L. Ron Hubbard and Scientology? Y'all need to be slapped. Scientology, and that's kind of you get into more of it, Veda Vedanta, some of the recalls, like that's kind of like Eastern culture shit too. Some of that science. So I'm like, what is we doing? It feels uncomfortable. And I had Dianetics. I read that shit when I was 15, and I instantly knew. I said, this is stolen knowledge from somebody. I instantly knew about the Jataka tales. I said, this is about Jataka. This is kind of like where how Buddha, how certain bodhisattvas can remember they motherfucking past lives while they in the flesh. Because I can remember my past lives when I was a kid. So I'm 15 years old. I'm reading Dianetics, and they talk about like the clearing. I said, no, this is some cult weird shit. Threw the whole book away. And I said, nah. I said he want to make money. And I go, what did L. Ron Hubbard said? The quickest way to make money is to start your own religion. And I knew that at 15. I said, he not teaching them people right. That's me. I said, there's no spirit in it. I knew. I said, they took it from somebody else that got some spirit, that has some soul. I don't care how I sound. I don't care. I don't care. Y'all sitting there run to that shit and acting like you getting so enlightened, when I'm telling you all that shit come from some niggas somewhere down the line. Like the Lama, like even when you talk about Madame Blavatsky and all that shit, like you'll go and you'll find where it come from. That's like how we looked at and we talking about just some shit from the Rig Veda with Agni and Indra and Surya. I knew that shit when I was 16 and stuff. I'm like, we learning about Agni. I'm like, Agni Ashanti, Agni the ram with the Fiery. I said, that's how did they get this? And when I can play you the Upanishads, not the Upanishads, the Rig Veda, when they talk about homage to the fierce one, homage to the one whose hair is like foliage trees. Who got hair like foliage trees? Got the, yeah, yeah, fuck with me if you want. Watch this right here. Watch this. I want to play this for your ass. I think I'm playing with y'all. And they talking about Soma. I'm used to go to sleep with a Rig Veda when I was younger. I used to see, when that part used to come on, I used to say, that's some niggas. Watch this. I think I'm playing with y'all. Watch this. Watch this right here. They said homage to the fierce one whose hair like looks like trees. Watch this. What is that? What is that? What is that? They describe the skin color and all. And then when we talk about the Rig Veda, that's when they still get into the accurate descriptions of the Nagas beings that rolled over there. They said these motherfuckers had like motherfucking some type of snake DNA, but they was pitch motherfucking black. Now, I ain't saying go practice Hinduism. No, that's not the fucking point, dude. We just saying it's you got to look at the interconnections, the patterns. That's all I'm saying. I'm just a learned scholar. I ain't here to push nothing on nobody. I don't care what no motherfucker is doing. That ain't even my style. But look at that. And the river, they said homage to I think it was either Soma they was describing. And then they also described something about some locks, some dreadlocks. Because you know, Shiva was also known to have some dreadlocks. And then for Hebrews, for those who know, when the funerary rites, when you have Shiva, Shiva, it's right in front of you. With you got to practice Shiva for your funeral in Hebrew culture for the tribe of Judah. It's right in front of y'all. I saw this. I was because I've been listening to the Rig Veda for a long time since I was like 18 years old. And every time that part used to come on, I used to see it. I used to meditate. I'm like, I'm seeing a motherfucker in an afro. They said every time that part would come on, homage to the homage, not curse, homage, HOMAGE, homage to the fierce one whose hair is just like foliage, green trees, green leaves. Go and read. I just listened to that shit the other day. I was too outdone. I play that shit right now if y'all think I'm playing with y'all because I got the clip. It was hard time finding it because you know they like to change the translations and shit. It's little, you know, they realize like holy shit, like all this stuff. I don't even say holy shit, but like it's like all this stuff is leading back like to all this. What the fuck? And so they trying to go back and change it on a nigga. I said, let me go get the original one. The clip I got, that shit is old. And that was like when YouTube first came out. And you see how that looked just like her when she was a kid. Don't that look like her? That could have been her when she was a kid. And so, I mean, I don't know what else. I mean, it's right there. I was outdone when I'm telling you, that's why to me it wasn't a big deal. And then when I talked with my family members and I saw they let it be known. It was like, yeah, we know about American Indian, but we ain't never tell you. They said they were spooked because they said we don't talk about that. And I said, why? She just said, I said, no, I said, you told me about indigenous from North Carolina. She said, I know, but I'm telling you now because your ass is sitting over there at 18 years old. You sitting there telling me about some Upanishads and talking about some Rig Veda. And this was like a biological family member of mine. They said, I think we should tell her. And they told, and I said, it was kind of like something they was keeping secret. They gave me the relative of who had the mixture and everything, the name of the relative and all that stuff. I got a picture of them too. I got a picture of them too. And you could study the features and you'd be like, oh shit. They just consider him to be Black American, you know? Obviously a Negro, but I'm just saying, like, you look at the photo and be like, oh, okay. But that's when they came. You're like, no, East, this is from the East. Like, and I said, and it was just like, why didn't y'all want to talk about this? They did not want to talk about that. I don't know what that was about. Well, actually, because I ain't gonna get into that all that. But, you know, that's what it was. That's what it was. You see it right there. And I got his photo somewhere, but I ain't gonna show all that. Um, but that was weird, finally them finally telling me that as I got older. I was 18 and I was, playing all that stuff and I had also a black American friend and they was all into that stuff too. They grew up and they kept it secret from me until they came over and saw. And I said, well, why is you keeping it a secret? And it was like, dude, we in the hood, we don't talk about this shit, you know. This ain't nothing we talk about. And so you know how they love to try to force, they love to tell us, oh, you're black Americans, you're African, you're African. It's really ridiculous. I had everybody had an African friend named Mamadou. I feel like every black American woman might have dated a African nigga named Mamadou, right? Maybe not. But did anybody have I'm like, I feel like niggas had every black. I'm like, did a nigga named Mamadou come try to talk to y'all, the Black American sisters? And so I was showing him, photos of my family and whatnot. I was showing him, and at that time I was all into oh, this is you're from Senegal, you're from the Wolof tribe, you're an African brother and all this stuff. And he was looking at me like I had smoked a line of crack. If I'm lying, I'm flying. He really did. He looked at me like I had smoked a line of crack because I'm showing him my family, and he was like, and he got really sad. Okay, so this is my biological family. That's my mom right there. She always went by Black American Negro, but she knows that she's indigenous. Like, this is what we grew up knowing. Actually, it's like me, this person I was next to, my cousins right there. Like we, you know, I'm not being colors or anything, but we're the darkest in the family. And I'm showing Mama Dude, I'm like, yeah, to see we brothers and sisters. And he busted out laughing. Like, you sound like a damn fool. And he was like, these are not. And he was like, did you ever look up for your families? Like, and he didn't say genealogy, but he was like, did you sure? He's like, did you ever look up your family's history? And he said, these are not Africans. And he was Mamadou, Senegalese from the Wolof tribe. And I had to check his ass, when he tried to, how they try to play the Black American. And that was a long time ago. Um, and that's me right there. My hands had always been darker than my face for some reason. Even as a kid, you could see it there. It's always been strange. I think now they're the same color as my face, but I'm telling you, as a kid, I always thought that. But that's my mom right there, and that's my aunt, and first cousins. Like, these are all my first cousins, and he was just like, y'all look ridiculous. There's my other first. These are again, that's my other first cousins, my aunts, my mom, other first cousins. You see them. And I was showing him these photos, and he was like, you got to do your family history. And when I showed him this photo, this is my blood aunt. When I showed him that, that's when he said it. He said, yeah, and he literally said it. He said, y'all have to be Indians. This is not. And they be knowing that. I don't know what's the obsession with trying to get us to say that we're them. It's kind of, it doesn't mean you have a beef or anything against them. It's just, it's not that you trying to run away from being, melanated. Melanin is what's important. Okay. Melanin is, it's not about, it just looks to him. I mean, to hear him say that out, and I'm not showing all my family nothing because, um, but to him, that looked ridiculous. Like, especially because I was talking about, all we, he said, yeah, we cool, but and see, this is now this, he like, yeah. I mean, I get it, but these are not. He said, if y'all would, this is not. These are not Africans. That's what he felt like. That's clearly an Indian woman right there. My mom. And so this was like a known thing. And so it don't mean, yeah, obviously on you're gonna have some Africans somewhere probably down the line. I'm not saying that's not the case at all. I'm not saying I'm not that's not a the dispute. It's just it was interesting to him having that reaction. It really wasn't. He kept grilling me. He said, "No, what is the other admixtures?" And he said, "What is it? Like it's something." He was looking sad, like they got y'all niggas brainwashed because we would never see. And he told me, he said, "We would never see it." Mm-mm. And it wasn't no beef. We was cool. We dated. We had a good little funky time. He was buy my groceries, buy my stuff, and all that stuff. And I actually, that was the first man I ever cooked for. And I remember because I come off very, matronly and strong and stuff. And so I remember I told a family member, I said, "Yeah, I had cooked for him." What? You cooking? You know you ain't at no over no motherfucking stove cooking for no nigga. Who cook for the right nigga? Yeah, I sure would. For the right one, yeah, I would. I don't have a problem with that. But it was just funny because I don't have that personality naturally. I don't come off like somebody that's going, "Oh, you're going to cook for a man." And it was really interesting. They was cracking up. They was like, "You was cooking?" I was like, "Yeah." I mean, it wasn't. We just having a good time. He bought the food. I ain't buying the food. I said, "Nigga, we going to the grocery store right now. And we gonna get what do you want to eat? Because I cook it, but I ain't buy the food." You must be crazy. You must be crazy. I had stopped being one of those, and I was 21 years old. You wasn't getting me like that. After 21, oh, it was a wrap. After 21, actually, I think I slipped up at 22. Yeah, I slipped up at 22. Yep, after 22, it was a wrap. You wasn't gonna get me to. I never took care of a nigga. Never. Never. Nigga told me he was stranded one time. When I was 20 years old, I gave him some. I called the taxi and got him a ride. He couldn't get in his house and shit. That was the one thing I did. I had got him a taxi and paid for the taxi for him to come over. Um, and so he can get back in his house. And that might have been cap. He might have just been saying that just to come over. I don't know. But I wasn't. I was never that. I was never that type of girl. Never. Mm-mm. Never. I'm not doing. I don't care how people perceive me and all this stuff. And oh, you got to take this because you black, or you take this because you big, or take this because you that. No, I wasn't doing none of that shit. If you want to look, I do traditional shit, my nigga. Like I follow my, like I ain't married because where's the motherfucking dowry? Like I believe in a Hebrew style wedding. The fathers are supposed to oversee that anyways, and it is for economic and alliances. We far off from our culture. For one, all this bullshit about going get no state certificate. Y'all don't lost your mind. The men are supposed to come up with their certificates. The fathers on both sides in the dowries and exchange of how y'all gonna accumulate the wealth. But as far as the dowry, what is you bringing that you go there? I'm about to give you my motherfucking daughter. And actually, there's really no big ass ceremony because the ceremony is y'all fucking. It ain't the wedding you walk down the aisle with no motherfucking white dress. I'm gonna cover that too on y'all asses. We gonna go. I'm gonna show y'all what was the traditional Negro marriage. Yep. And the fathers are supposed to set that up and talk about it. I'm giving you her. We go. It ain't like a property, like a slave or nothing. Look, no. She got motherfucking acres. You got this. This is my property that I got. We got livestock, lambs, goats, sheep, chickens, pigs, this many acres. What you got? Okay, what are you offering her, and or me rather, economically, and what is she going to inherit? What is she walking into? What's going on? You are the tribe. What the fuck is going on? Okay, and the fathers, they actually do get paperwork themselves. Yes, they do, about certain deeds or deals, pacts, whatever. What happens if war break out? I mean, I'm talking about especially at the nobility class. If you're dealing with chiefs and shit, they have to. That's stuff the fathers supposed to take care of. And so that's why niggas ain't get, we so far off from what we supposed to be doing, straight up. And then the marriage is when you go and fuck. And if he die or something like, hopefully, because at that time, I mean, called Black Widows and all that shit is real too. That's why Raphael had to step in to help keep motherfucking niggas from dying. You know how they say that he died on top of her. That's a real thing. That's a real. Remember how they fucking and do have a heart attack and all that shit. There was a ritual by the angel, the archangel Raphael taught, so that didn't happen. Okay, I think that's rare now. But because some of those some of those fathers, they protection, and then if you notice, even now, like if there's some Jacobian fathers that know that the black community is so off the fucking rails that they literally block, and their ancestors will block the women from getting married and from having children and having spouses. They want to keep it. For them, it's better to just move on from this dimension. I know that sounds crazy. I've seen it. I actually know somebody that had 400 acres, and her father owned a college. This is a Black American Negro. She knows her more royalty, and she has an indigenous tribal card. All this stuff I'm saying, like the Black nobility of our elite class already know all this shit, or they probably know some of the details just from their genealogy. But her father, she even said, she was like, they not about to pass. She not getting no Pookie and Ray Ray, and this motherfucker got 400 acres of land in America. You're not getting no Pookie and Ray Ray. You're not gonna just marry no anybody. No Joe Schmo. He's a dope boy. She not even allowed to marry a celebrity, a dude that do the sports, and like her father just keep blocking it. Like, no, you will, you shit, they ain't getting it. They'll stay in the family. They'll stay in her bloodline. But as far as just if she's the heir, that it'll have to, he'll work that out. That ain't none of our business. That ain't none of even her business at that point. But just seeing how our culture is so fucked up now, and y'all can get mad at me for saying it. I had the stats. Look. A lot of us do get married, but let's be real. It's a mess. They don't follow that shit. Yeah, you can have a ceremony and jump over the broom and do whatever you want for your ceremony. But I'm saying typically like going $50,000 in debt for a wedding, 30,000. You're trying to put on for the Joneses for one night, nigga. You better get some land. There is no way a Jacobian will allow you to do no stupid shit like that. A motherfucker taking 30,000 off they line of credit for a fucking wedding dress and 15,000 wedding dress and all. You would get your ass slapped up. Why you ain't getting no motherfucking land with that? Why you not getting a down payment on the house with that, or buying out a house? Doing something. You ain't spending no 50,000 on no wedding. That's a trash thinking to us. And so we would never do no shit like that. You gonna have a wedding in your motherfucking backyard, nigga, on your own land that you don't. If you're going to take 50,000, or ask your parent, you pay for the wedding 80,000. Now you gonna get we'll give you a house, and that wedding gonna be in the back of that motherfucking house, motherfucker. Or shit, you really don't need the ceremony. You get a dowry, you'll get gifts. Don't get me wrong. People will get a dowry. People will congratulate you, but the wedding is fucking in Hebrew culture. Yes, the wedding takes place when in the private. I say nobody watching or nothing. You and them, they know you in the room fucking. And yeah, they want to know that y'all have consummated. They ain't gonna ask you what it was, how it was, da. They just know it's now. That's the ceremony. That's planned. That is actually planned. Yes, it is. I know that may be uncomfortable for people, but that is the ritual that solidifies a marriage. That's when you and your spouse go in that room, close the door, get asshole naked, wash your dick, wash your balls, wash under your arms, put your perfumes on, put your frankincense and myrrh on, put your incense on, and get fucking. That's it. Hopefully you're attracted to them. Hopefully it ain't purely economic. So sometimes in indigenous culture, the woman did have a say. I ain't marrying his stinking ass. I ain't marrying that old ass motherfucker. I don't care how much dowry he got. I don't care how many acres of land he got. I'm not doing it. So go find another partner. On sometimes it won't work that way. Sometimes in the indigenous culture, the mothers will be arrange that too. Just like we saw in the movie The Eyes Are Watching God, you saw that too, where the grandma had married her off to that old ass fucker, and then he ended up dying, and she got remarried. I think she might have ended up leaving. I don't know. And she got remarried when she found TK and shit. Her grandma had to arrange that for her. Like, shit, I gotta marry you off. We need a motherfucker that got land, acres, all that shit. He old, he's stinking, he ugly. So what? That's how they will feel. They didn't care about none of that. But when it comes to the fathers, if they realize the daughter was uncomfortable, you don't want the daughter uncomfortable because then it's going to lead to bad luck. Like some of that don't feel right. And so on some level, that's where Jack and Jill kind of come up when you raising them as kids and stuff. That's actually a Saturnian culture because those beings, I'm gonna go there. We going out. We about to go interdimensional on that ass. And Saturn, oh, your ass, your spouse is found at 5 years old. What the fuck you thought? They're- I ain't gonna talk about all that. Your spouse is found at 5 years old. You five, he five. Y'all are raised as one. Literally, that's it. And then you so close, you like brother and sister. You literally like there's you so close. You raised together in the I again, I ain't gonna get too deep into all of that. I ain't getting onto it, but that's it. That's it. And the thing is, you gotta figure kids are impressionable, kids are programmable. So if you're told that that's your spouse or your soulmate or your best friend, and that's your husband when you're 5 and y'all friends and kicking it, that's all you know. That's literally they told you our best friends, y'all supposed to support and protect one another. That's it. And that's on Saturn. And so that's where like sometimes you see that a little bit in Black American culture with certain groups, like say Jack and Jill, when they raise them in class as far as they class system, they pedigree. That's the thing. You don't see that too much in Black American culture. That's kind of really rare. But I'm just saying that takes place in a dimension where and that's only among the nobility class. That is not among the commoner class. That's only among the nobility class. But check this out. Why you think that in Kemet and in other cultures, the royalty, the mother, I mean not the mother, the brother and sister would get married. It's right there, and everybody knows those are descendants of the Nephilim. The Saturnian beings. Those are angels, or you call them fallen angels, whatever. That's not important, but that's where that come from. So it made its way. You can still see that ritual on planet Earth. Yep, but let me get my ass up off of here. I think I'm belabored my point. I think I have said what I wanted to say. We talked a lot. The only thing that there was a Hebrew ritual that was discussed, and I thought I put it in here. And they had mentioned that, even to this day, you see Ashkenazi Jews had the same thought, but they said that this was found in a tribe in Africa. And I thought that was funny. It was that's where it comes from. But they said they do this to this day. And I thought I would have put it in there. I wonder why I didn't. Still trying to look for it because I said maybe I must have forgot to put it in there. I think I did. Yeah, I did. I forgot. It would have popped up by now because we went through all the pages. So I just thought maybe I was going to talk about it in another, yo. I'm really still trying to look for that. Hmm. Hey, let me get my ass up off of here. 'Cause I actually got to cook my chuck. I'm going to do slow cook, 275, 4 hours, make it real tender. Got some cornbread and some ghee. And y'all know how I used to like the butter. Try some ghee with y'all cornbread. Thank me later. Salted ghee. Ooh, that's so good. That's 1,000 times better than butter when it comes to cornbread. Now, ghee don't taste good on everything. When it comes to cornbread, you want your cornbread? Oh, that's slamming. Okay, so let's see. I think I did forget. Well, okay. I'm gonna end this. 4 hours. Ooh, I'm back to my old self putting up 4 hour motherfucking videos and shit. I was trying to keep it down to 1 hour and I said 1 hour and 30 minutes. What happened? What happened? It's 4 hours. Okay. Well, God bless. Happy Friday. For Christmas, I wanted to, or Christmas Eve, I wanted to do some movie night, but there's no platform. You can't play no movies on there. I wanted to do motherfucking next Friday after next week, Christmas, Harlem Nights, My Little Pony, My Little Pony. Um, yeah, it was Harlem Nights. I love Harlem Nights. Oh, that's my favorite movie. Oh, I love that movie around Christmas time. I love how the Grinch stole Christmas around Christmas time. And what's my other favorite? I as a kid, I was it Friday After Next, where they had the Christmas with Cat Williams on them. That was also my favorite growing up. I had the VHS when that came out, and I watched that actually every day. If that movie was to come on right now, I would know the entire words to that movie, probably from beginning to end. And that's really embarrassing, but that's how much I watched it as a kid. I know that come on. And I'm the most annoying person to watch a movie with because I do say the script with them as it's going through because it brings back memories. Kind of like that with Harlem Nights too. I think I know all of the words to Harlem Nights and it come on. Remember when he said, "Give me five. I ain't giving you shit." Remember that in the beginning of that? And then he said, "I got Mr. Raymond stuck. Go on in the back." And he said, "What the fuck is this kid doing here?" And then he said, "Oh, so I kick your ass." And Harlan Heights is so funny. I know that movie from. And then he said, "Come on," when they started gambling. He said, "Come on with your funky ass. My baby need clothes. My wife need a new pair of shoes." And then he said, "You need to fix that too." And then he goes, he said, "What the fuck is this kid doing here?" Because the kid gives him bad luck. He's like, "I told you kids give him bad luck." And then Richard Pryor goes for the gun. And then the dude says, "Slip your mind." He pulls a knife on him. And then he says, he was Richard Pryor couldn't grab the gun because the kid had it. And then he says, slip your mind." And then the kid kills it. And he said, "I guess he does have bad luck with kids." And then it's like 20 years later. And then it's Quick. Eddie Murphy plays Quick. And I love that movie. I love how they got the okey doke on them motherfuckers who try to shut them down. What was it? The candy store. What was it? Sugar Rays. Remember Sugar Rays? And they was trying to and the dude had the police in his pocket. And they had to think quick. They had to really outsmart them. And I love Vern's part. Oh, was it Velma, right? And he says, "We know we tally at 4 o'clock." And he says, "Kiss my ass. I wait to the last trick rollover, and I'm not going something." And I'll know it when I hear it though. I'm trying to remember. He said, "So the last trick to roll, because I could punch some damn clock." Well, that's one of my favorite movies. Harlem Nights is my favorite movies, hands down. Like I said, I'm the most annoying person to watch a movie with. Oh, I'm so annoying. Growing up, I used to have my family just say, "Shut the fuck up." All you hear is over the script, saying the script with them, saying the script, going off into tangent. You see, now what they should have did was, we watched the movie Carrie when I was a kid. Oh, and I had just went with Granny, at that time. That's my adopted mom, but at that time we had just gotten to foster care. And I'll never forget watching Carrie, and it was, her daughter, my adopted sister. We were all watching it, and I remember we were all watching Carrie. Her kids, we were all just sitting. It was like 7 of us, and all you heard was me. Now, what she should have did. Now, how they gonna have a part three? Ain't no way they can have a part three because how she dying, right? And I said, y'all look at this blood right there. She talking about you. Oh, Carrie, I'm sitting there. See now how they gonna say that, and that part don't make sense. Stop doing that part. I stopped going into tangents while the movie was playing. I don't do that no more. But I will say the script still. I will say that I still will say the words to the. I still do that. Let me get my ass up on off here. God bless. Or they gonna say, you can't say God. But y'all know, you know, I like the word blessings because blessings, when you change the E to a, just change the vowel of a lot of the words. If you have issues with the words, just change the vowels to get to the higher frequency of the words. If you realize that the word is saying, like they say, well, blessings mean be less. It's change the E to I. You get blessings. Now you back at 1,000 hertz. Blessings, actually, that frequency is higher than 1,000 hertz. That's higher than the frequency of love. Just give them blessings, or you could say love or say favor, whatever. But I'm saying some of them words you're just gonna have to change. That's like when they say black could be like be black, or that it has multiple definitions. And then if you're under a different structure system of legalese, it can have detrimental factors in terms of status and conditions in law. Just change the spelling of it. That's why I spell it BLAQUE, and I changed the whole masonry behind it. I changed the gematria behind it and put it back to where it's supposed to be, which refers more so to melanin, but also that cosmic. You just got to take it up an octave. That's all, because they do. I mean, them words do matter. Words do motherfucking matter. Even the spelling of a word matter. And so that's how you deal with that for those of us. But if you be hard headed and you gonna stay in a system and then argue me, black don't mean dead. Do you got your own empire? Do you got your own nation? Because last time I checked, you be answering to the federal government. Okay, so they put the okey doke on that ass. You're going to have to come out they system. And I learned this from a military science for the White House, who also she's a black woman. uh Realized she already had her genealogy of Moorish royalty. She got the name of the king that all of that, and got a tribal indigenous card, and gave me the lowdown on some of them niggas in Congress who be sitting up. They all got tribal indigenous cards. All them Negroes, all them black Negroes in Congress, they all got a tribal indigenous card. They tell you African American, but you talking darker than me. They got indigenous cards. Sure do. They got their genealogy, know that they part more in Indian. They don't ever talk about it though. She had a private conversation with me. She said, them niggas, they don't realize the only way that you gonna work, that black gonna work with you, for you, is if you black European, you gotta be a Moorish descent with white status throughout your genealogy. Or and actually another Indian, literal Indian. I'm gonna say literal. How do I say that? I'm saying that because he's a wild Indian. He's not under federal classification. Like I'm not putting him good, bad, right, or wrong. I'm just saying, like, he said it too. He said that shit don't work unless you boule. But she also was telling me. She said the only way y'all gonna get away with that shit, you gonna have to go sovereign and go out their system, or else you buried. She told me that in secret, in private, and she was like, they don't want to listen to that shit, and people is being paid to push that on them for that reason. And then they try to switch it and put the Africa stuff on it with the U.S. Census Bureau. And for those of us that's in the know, all we saying is just change the masonry. You're gonna have to redo it, or you're gonna have to go sovereign. You're not about to sit in a system, sit on your ass, and be all answering to these people, and then argue Jacobians or argue people that created this science that you in the right. You're gonna have to come up with your. I changed the spelling. I come up with the Nakhti order. I changed the whole governance structure. I did my best, but I did it for myself. I said, well, I just gotta do it for myself. Then niggas don't listen to me. They ain't gonna follow nothing. So I just do it for myself. But um, that's important to me. But I can't sit and be under they legalese and then go under they. You can't do that. It's one or the other. And she explained that to me. She said you're gonna have to go sovereign outside of the jurisdiction of the federal government and do your own thing. That's a war usually. But she was okay with it. She was like, shit, look, that's what it is. Um, It don't necessarily have to be a war, but I'm just saying you're gonna be getting sabotaged. It's like a niggas just deciding we're gonna just start our own nation with a nation, our own empire. Fuck this, what they saying, because we ain't got no we citizens. We when you say citizen, it puts you under the corporation versus like if you American or indigenous, like those are different. These are different concepts. Regardless, you could sit and say that's just semantics, that's just babble, that's just plebis. Y'all playing the game. Y'all, you're still at where you at. You playing the game that you're not. It's like trying to put a square, a circle into a square, and the square is too small. Like, oh, the hard headedness around it, and it's by design. Them niggas getting paid to push it. I mean, that's a part of their paycheck as gatekeepers. Make sure you keep them deaf, dumb, and blind. Your job is to make sure the Negro never rise. This is what we paying you for. This is what they tell them. And so when niggas start getting questions, they send them out, whoever's popular, whoever y'all gonna listen to, and get y'all to go back to sleep. Then they do that radionic psychotronics on that ass, on our beam on that ass, poison your food, poison your water, and keep you more fucked up in the game. It's as simple as that. It's spiritual to them. You know, you ain't talking about doing your own masonry on nothing. That's how they feel. And they'll make it hard for you to do. They'll make it hard. But my thing is better late than never. And even if you do it on an individual level, that's fine too. At this point, you just got to answer that call from the Most High. Because if you're being called to come out their system, you're supposed to be out their system. Now, obviously, we still got a long ways to go. And God's going to make those avenues, the Creator is going to create those avenues for us to get there, you know. So we just have to have faith and keep hope alive. But um, don't ever, don't ever fall for chicanery or allow these black gatekeepers to come to us and tell us that we tripping, we babbling, we just, no, we know what we talking about, you know, these words. We're gonna talk about all of that. I'm gonna break down where America come from. Cause niggas throw shots. I always say, look, y'all could call me out. I don't know what the fuck y'all scared of. Y'all know y'all don't get that ass sprayed. Cause I'm a hell of a researcher of knowledge, not so much other people's personal life. I think it's really fascinating. I saw one researcher, he got me beat when it come to investigating some shit. I said, how the fuck did you find that? I've been following this nigga for 14 years and you went and found some shit on a damn CD. I would have never thought to look at that. But I guess his strong point is researching other people. But me, I'll research the the etymology, the linguistics, the phenomenon, the sociology, the qualitative aspects of it, the patterns, the connections, those type of things. I thought that was interesting though. I'm not judging, I'm just saying like that was different. I'm like, damn, like so it's people that got different types of skill sets, of course. But you know, my thing is we're gonna talk about where America come from. We gonna break down all that shit because y'all lately y'all talking about, well, that's Arab. Okay, we gonna get where that come from. Look, I'm not a lightweight. Okay, I'm a heavyweight when it comes to this knowledge shit, research shit. Now, do I know everything? No, no, I do not know everything by no means. Um, but when it comes to being an intuitive scholar, which means that I will know something and go find that research, or somebody will do that research for me, and it'll be right there. I'll find that book. I'll find that knowledge very quickly when I ask for it. Ancestors, I need it. I mean, come on, Creator God, explain that to me so I can know where it came from, and I'll get that answer almost damn near. It used to be slower when I was younger, but damn near, it should damn near immediate now. And so, yeah, we gonna talk about where America come from, the term and all this stuff versus you know, people got upset about the African news. We gonna look for the source for that too. We gonna talk about all of this shit because there's nothing wrong with evolving knowledge. It don't mean that you're behind or you got to switch what you believe in or switch what your paradigm is. But it's like I had to evolve minds. I had to evolve minds, and it's still evolved. I don't mean that even what I know now ain't gonna change. So I'm not saying now, shit, 10 years, 20 years from now, I could change the whole script on your ass. And I got a right to do that. And I will admit, I grew from that. I came into more knowledge. So my database or the way I approach the world changed because I came into knowledge of something different that made me change, that made me think in a different perspective. Ain't nothing wrong with saying that. See, that's the thing. People are so egoic. They in their ego. You can't admit when you're wrong. I could admit when I'm wrong. I'm on record admitting when I'm wrong because my ego is not tied to this dimension. Certainly nothing here on this planet. My ego is not tied to that. So I'll never understand, you know, trying to cover up something or trying to not take accountability for something, even if it's embarrassing. If it's brought to my attention and it's logical, and I know I'm fucked up, or I know I was wrong on that. Okay, I was wrong. Shit, the fuck is the big damn deal? It don't make me no damn different. It damn sure don't take from my genius. In fact, it enhances it because having a malleable brain and having synapses that can be flexible and understand new information that is logical, that's not cult. Like I will not follow. I don't do you tell me what to think. No, I need the equation to add up. That equation don't add up. I'm gonna call your bitch ass out for being trying to be a cult leader. It got it. The equations, the logic. Is it found in nature? Who does it serve? Who benefits most from it? The equation. Is it a logic? A plus B. One. Come on. What's the modus operandi? I'm not playing with your motherfucking ass. I don't let people just put stuff. I did that shit. Almost fucking died following the nigga thinking he about black empowerment. All this shit got me walking off a cliff. We talked about, melanated shit and empowerment and shit. Next thing you know, you talking about vote for Trump and politics and RNC shit. Now they could fall for that. I've been around for I can't walk off that cliff with you. I thought it was the right thing. I'm following your ass. And that ain't it. That ain't it for me. That don't feel natural for me. My ancestors check my ass real quick. Get your motherfucking ass from over there. I whoop your ass. You sitting there doing that bullshit. Angels came and everything. Get out of that. That ain't for us. We do governance. We do politics. We do the real shit. Ain't nothing wrong with the governance structure. You gotta have a powerful governance, even if it's just a small little tribe you know? So I get that, but we ain't doing that. We ain't doing that type of politics. We ain't doing that. We don't do staged and all this shit, this stage and propaganda and mind control. We don't do that. So sorry, sweetie. And things will change, but you're just gonna have to wait till a little bit longer till some things change before you get to go ahead. But that ain't it. And so I had to learn. I had to learn, you know. But I still hold on to my birthright. I still hold on to who I am in the spiritual realm. And what I said about Judai heirs and being next in line, and they try to cover that all. Oh, yeah, that's still all true, but that's in God's hand. That ain't something I can force on people. There's something that's even important. Um, I think it's important spiritually, but I don't think it's important for this dimension or for this current government structure. What the fuck? Like they clearly do. Even if you tell them right, they're gonna do wrong, and even if they know right, they're gonna do wrong. Even if they don't care if it's illogical. They don't care if the equation don't matter. Everything is about mind control for them and money, greed, envy. I can't fuck with that. That frequency is too low for me, and so I can't. I really I kind of don't like how Black Americans are trying to align with that shit. It's beneath our standard of living. I was talking about that. Also, it's beneath our standard of who we are. Um, we just don't. It's like a group of people not knowing who they are, like a god in ruins. It's like what the fuck? It don't feel. It don't feel right. It don't feel right. And I always be around. I've been around melanated people my whole life, and can feel the frequency on them. I know intuitively that they know something not right. Just from I always felt that frequency. I was listening to a Black American music today, and she was talking more. A lot of her music is kind of talking about, it has a Negro feel to it. And I felt that I said that sadness is the same sadness I felt about all when I was around all the Black people at Columbia University. When I was around all the Black people in corporate, all in the corporate, they got the 6-figure jobs. I said that's that same sadness that's on a lot of the Black intelligentsia. Like it's like trying to fit a circle into a square that's too small. And just something don't feel right. It's like, and we cover it. You perform, you even overachieve. You do what you do what you're supposed to do. You do your responsibilities. You're working hard and all these things. But that frequency, I felt that almost around every Black person I ever intermingled with, if they were conscious and intelligent. Now you got some ignorant motherfucker, they just don't know shit, right? I'm talking about like the Black people that is in a know of certain things, certain knowledge, and that's the pain. Like it's like a subtle pain. I've always carried that ever since I was motherfucking. Oh, I was so young. I've always had that. Probably around 8, 7. I started to see stuff even. just observing stuff. And I'm like, what? Something that didn't make sense, and the equation is not adding up. And so we shouldn't be around it. It's my point. Um, so we'll see. I'll leave that, like I said, we have some time. And I don't want to push sadness on our people at all. I'd rather push joy and whatnot. But what I'm saying is, for those of us that can feel frequency, we know what that it's a sadness. You can see it in the eyes. Sometimes you can feel it oozing off of their energy, where you in a system that is below standard, and then they try to play you, they steal everything from you, and then want to regurgitate your shit and put it up to you like, and it be half ass. It don't even be, and it's the frequencies be too low. You're backbiting everybody, that zero sum thinking. They try to put that in our community, and I just can't go for it. I just can't. I can't. Yeah, I can do whatever I want, but all that backbiting and all that, how to get them to get. Like I said, Black Americans, be very careful of someone who is claiming to be for you, but you notice they sacrificing other niggas just for money, or they for things, material things. That is the worst type of person to be around. You screwed if you follow that. You gotta be, as far as true love, they will sacrifice for you. And the love is so strong, like I said, you got you thinking of who gonna do what for who, because we love each other so much. Shit, well, we can't even figure out who, that's the level you have to be at. And when we talk about culturally, remember I was talking about Japan, and I'm gonna end it on this. When they said 100 million souls, we will fight to the death, and we would never surrender. It ain't gonna be one Japanese motherfucker that surrender to your ass. That's how the Negro have to be. It ain't gonna be one motherfucking Negro that surrender. Not one. Not one. Even if that means we all going to another dimension. But we ain't about to surrender to no bullshit. And that's how your pride got to be. I'm not saying be an arrogant, prideful prick. Pride come before the fall. I'm talking about, what you know to be standing on truth, standing on your truth like that, standing on your birthright like that, standing on what's right. Don't align with don't align with that janky ass government that's been practicing the benign neglect on us, benign policies, fucked up policies, giving our resources away, fucking us over every chance they get. They even bringing back redlining. Fuck these motherfuckers. I don't care look. Ain't nobody gonna look. Run up, get fucking done up. Your ass, it'll be a motherfucking earthquake on that ass. I'm not playing with this system because it's hurtful. It's ridiculous. And that's why I said, well, shit, we would just do our own thing. But I also know I sound like the crazy lady. What you mean? What you mean? Oh, you gonna get us killed. You know what the fuck you talking about? All I'm saying is, okay, I get it. Let's take some time, whatever. We still gotta, we ain't all there yet. I get it. But let's work on that pride, not reclassifying, not trying to do all this bullshit. Don't try to, I'm telling you, you try to fit in with them, you done. And these black male chieftains, I'm so glad they had my back on what I was seeing in the spiritual realm. They not even humans. Oh, they gonna smack y'all asses up. That's all I gotta say. They told me that personally. They're like, man, by the time we done with them, they playing around. They trying to make deals with this system. They trying to take oaths. They trying to align with clear as day charlatans. They sitting there supporting they demise pretty much. They sitting there knowing they supporting their demise. And they way more evolved than my ass. They came and checked me. They was laughing at me. They said, what the fuck is y'all doing? What the fuck is you doing listening to a man gossip on the fucking internet? That's how you make him. You need to be ashamed of yourself. Even listening to that bullshit. That ain't no man. That's what they told me. They said, turn this shit the fuck all right. And the women, they was shocked. Like, I'm telling you, Big Mama, oh, they came in because they come from a whole higher dimension. They observing, they looking to see what's going on. They were shocked. They say, y'all out of y'all mind. Ain't no way in the world y'all would even ever be allowed in our dimension. Not even you. You sitting there watching the shit. But they did check me on it, and they said, look, we're not playing that. They supposed to be up here leading. They supposed to be doing this, doing that. We pick our chieftains. They don't pick us. They gonna learn too. They gonna learn all that arrogant shit. Just like how I had to learn. They said, oh, these niggas gonna learn by the time we done with them. Because people think that you just on your own accord. You too much into their shit. Y'all, that's what they said. They are too much into their shit. And they did correct me as I said, they westernized. They said, no, Western culture is Jacobean Moorish culture of the black nobility. Don't, that ain't nothing wrong with that. But they don't want to be in control. Not over others, but their own destiny. Ain't about mind controlling over others or conquering over others. And we do have a conquering spirit, but it's like, yeah, come on, build your, what the fuck is you doing with your nation? What is y'all doing selling out your empire? What the fuck are y'all doing? And so I'm glad the chieftains is smacking your ass. They the ones that's put, man, I said, look, hold off. I said, don't overcharge. I said, don't overcharge. Give them the warnings, but don't overcharge that. I don't, me as a being, as a spiritual being, I don't overcharge. I don't believe that anything goes. You got to answer for you. If you overcharge, that shit started backfiring your ass. So you have to be careful because people try to overcharge me for stuff they feel I slighted or said or something, and I seen they ass got smacked the fuck up because you don't do that. You just don't. Especially if you know you're in the wrong, you're just trying to cover up a crime. So you sitting there telling the folks that's following you, oh, it's justified, and you keep going down, down, down. It's because you're not justified. It's something you was doing spiritually. You could tell if she lying, she lied, she a liar, she a liar. Your motherfucking ass can't hide from what you was doing to God and what was in your heart and your intentions when it came to the people that you was leading and the people what you was doing in the spiritual realm to people. You can hide that shit all you want from the niggas, but the beings already saw your stupid ass, what you was doing to your own people. So you can hide it all you fucking want. But what I'm saying is you don't overcharge. You overcharge, your ass is gonna get sprayed, whether it's in this lifetime, the next generation, your kids. Do not overcharge people for their crimes. Yeah, you may want them to hurt. Yeah, you hurt, you want them to, you want to be vindictive and get their motherfucking ass back. Oh yeah, we gonna do this stuff. I'm gonna do this ritual. But if you overcharge, that's it. That's like when they did me like that in 2022. I knew, I said that nigga gonna get knocked off, and these motherfuckers are gonna be dying. That's a bunch of them people that are quote unquote elite, that bloodlines that y'all scared of, that's all fucking dead, all types of shit. I didn't do it, but I knew that. I said they overcharging because they trying to cover up a crime. It ain't like I actually did something wrong. You just trying to cover up some bullshit that you're doing. That's the difference. There's a difference. I said, okay. And so just think about those things, get back into that spiritual self. I know I cuss a lot, but like, let's come on. You always been a spiritual nigga. You always been spiritual beings. What the fuck is you gonna stop being spiritual for? That's your power. That's your source. You always believed in the Most High. What the hell is you sitting there, doing all this bullshit, aligning with people that you know clear as day is Satanists, clear as day sacrificing kids, harming kids, being pedophiles. What the fuck? I can't. If I come into the knowledge of it, now I don't know. You don't know. If you don't know, you don't know. Shit, if we don't know, we don't know. But when we find out some shit and we kind of like, damn, yeah, we gullible. Yeah, I know melanated people, even myself, we get gullible. So sometimes. So, when people say they're gonna do something, yeah, we would generally believe it. If they tell us they this, yeah, we'll believe it. But that's been our downfall, being too nice, being too loving, and being too trusting and gullible. And I said, well, what can we do about that? Because like I even myself, I know if someone say, oh, yeah, do this, especially if they were a black person, but also, whoever, I would take it with a face value. You said this, that means that's what it is. Like, and then you come to find out it's a trick or it ain't true or something. And then, you looking stupid. And so, what do we do about that? When someone tell us something, you going to believe what they said. Cause why would they lie? Yeah, motherfucker would lie. They said they said they gonna do something, they couldn't come through. You communicate it. You apologize. You don't just treat people like shit and act like you ain't do it. You said something and then it isn't right. You go and apologize. Like what the fuck, you know? But so I get it. But that's why they say don't idolize, because if you idolize, that means you've given your will away, and you are susceptible to being distracted and susceptible to mind control and propaganda. And that's why the Bible say don't have idols, don't have graven images, because spirits do jump in on graven images, and spirits, they could come around, fuck up your, there's certain things that we just knew. Now if you can handle it, that's your calling. That's your calling. I can't knock what other people are doing. I'm just saying that's why it was there. It wasn't for religious control. It was more so like you descend when you start getting into all those thought forms or archetypes that are based on taxonomy. And taxonomy, I mean, if that's what you want to do, I mean, this is a fast track in learning consciousness. And so that's what planet Earth was for. There are highly evolved spirits on this planet, and very, very young, immature spirits on this planet. And so, it's an array of things. It's something like you'll never experience, all these different frequencies and all this shit. That's why they say people is empaths and all this stuff. Ooh. But anyways, let me get my ass up off here. I said I was gonna get off of here 20 minutes ago, but this time I'm really getting off here. So God bless. You guys take it easy. Or God bliss, rather. You guys take it easy. Bye.